2:16 é o tempo do Daniel Sanders. Hi Daniel, congratulations. How was it today?
Yeah, it was a long stage again. Like slippery on the mountains and stuff, and then just had a lot of fun. Pushing me and Tosha for the first and second was tight all stage, and I was happy to get the win. Was a very tough race and slippery, demanding conditions, and it's good to bounce back after the injury in Dakar and come back and win. It's a good start.
Back to back in Portugal.
Yeah, it's been back to back since I've been here in 2019 for the 6 days, and then 3 in a row here now. So it's similar to home, and it's awesome to come here to Portugal and race. All type of terrain and different, and really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, congratulations. Então, o Daniel Sanders a vencer, satisfeito por conseguir pela terceira vez ganhar aqui em Portugal. Já tinha repetido então essa vitória e agora vai também ele cumprimentar o Tosha Sharaina. Foi uma belíssima competição por parte dos dois. É este o momento que estamos a registar neste preciso momento, grande desportivismo entre os dois grandes campeões deste Rally Ride. Acrescentaremos também aqui, no que diz respeito aos portugueses, Bruno Santosh, também ele foi um grande campeão, ele que prepara-se então para vencer também no Rally 2 e já vem o terceiro da geral.
So welcome everybody along to our coverage of the final stage of the 2026 BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal. And this is the second round of the FIA World Rally Raid Championship of 2026. Great to be with you this afternoon as we bring you the final element of the final stage. And the Australian man you just heard from a few moments ago, Daniel Sanders, he has come out on top and taken victory in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal. And so he beat Tosha Sharaina. It was very close between the two of them. There was not a lot of time between them coming into the final day.
So yeah, really happy about this rally in Portugal. Last year, not even a year ago, because it was in September, I finished in a cliff. So to be back on the podium, it's good for me 6 months later. I will take it, I'm happy.
Let me ask you, did you like the Bifana?
Yeah, but I knew the Bifana, for sure. For sure, I really like Portugal and the food. But overall, it's a really good country. My father is spending a lot of time here, and I have the opportunity to come quite often, so I enjoy to be here.
Ficam então as palavras de Adrian Beveren, que ontem ele diz que, deixa-me só fazer uma correção, porque eu conheço a Bifana, eu já conhecia a Bifana, o meu pai vinha cá muitas vezes e portanto a Bifana paga pelo Bruno Santos. Afinal foi só mais uma Bifana que o Adrian Beveren conseguiu, ou consumiu, e o piloto francês então a terminar na terceira posição, à frente precisamente do Bruno Santos. Ontem foi um jeito de agradecimento pela boleia, o regresso aqui ao bivouac.
So that was Adrian Van Beveren, the Frenchman who we just heard from, and he has finished third in the rally overall. So Daniel Sanders taking the victory, Tosha Sharaina, the Spaniard, second, and Frenchman Adrian Van Beveren in third. And the Bifana he's referring to is, or that they were having a little chat about, is a sort of Portuguese sandwich with pork in it. There you go. So we have still got plenty more bikes to come, and then the cars, and we've got the podium ceremonies as well. So plenty of action still to come.
2:22 é o tempo do Martim Ventura, para já provisoriamente o quarto. Martim, como é que foi?
Foi bom. Acabámos então aqui o rally. Contente por chegar ao fim, bem. Foi durinho, mas pronto. Uma lesão que me chateou desde o início da corrida, mas estou contente por conseguir alguns pontos para o campeonato e é o que interessa.
Agora a Argentina, em princípio, se tudo correr bem, vai chegar com mais fogo e melhor fisicamente.
Sim, sem dúvida, tenho muita esperança para a Argentina, uma corrida que nunca fiz, mas tenho muito interesse em descobrir e pronto, o campeonato continua, acho que estamos bem posicionados.
Obrigado, Martim Ventura. Então, o piloto português, 2:22 é o tempo de Martim Ventura nestes últimos 2 km.
So that is Martin Ventura. So he is going to finish second in the Rally 2 class. He won the stage yesterday ahead of Simão and Terek were the top three, because the actual leader of the Rally 2, Bruno Santosh, lost 10 minutes yesterday, but is still managing to lead overall coming into this final day, and looks like he will be taking the win. So it'll be a while before we see him come through. This now on bike number 8 is Michael Simão, another Rally 2 competitor that I just mentioned, who finished second yesterday on the stage in the class. It looks as though he is going to finish in 4th position, because he was 8 minutes back from the number 66 Cove of Niels Terek coming into this final run. If you were with us on Thursday, it's a similar situation, basically. They do the main chunk of the final stage.
Vamos esperar pelo tempo do piloto português, porque Michael Simão está na luta ainda pelo lugar no pódio, juntamente com o Bruno Santos. Ele chegou aqui a apenas 9 segundos do Bruno no que diz respeito ao terceiro lugar na etapa de hoje. Vamos tentar perceber o tempo. Aí está, 2:24, fica para já atrás de Martim Ventura neste bocadinho. Hoje guardou num sítio diferente a carta. Michael, como é que correu? Terceiro ou quarto? Há aqui esta ainda luta, depende daquilo que o Bruno ainda fizer, mas presumo que a etapa tenha corrido bem.
Sim, correu bem. Estou um pouco cansado hoje. Já está a custar. Também não consegui descansar bem. Tenho aqui o meu pé um bocado maltratado. Hoje estava a correr bem especial, mas senti que me deixei dormir um bocadinho ali do meio para o fim, a acusar um bocado o cansaço. A diferença é pequenina, mas também o percurso é pequenininho. Vai ser difícil tirar aqui esse tempo todo ao Bruno, mas pronto, só acaba no fim. E estou muito contente com a minha prestação.
Para o primeiro Rally Ride, nada mal.
É verdade. Estar aqui presente para mim já é uma vitória. Estar aqui também junto destes craques todos do todo o terreno mundial é uma segunda vitória. E poder ter feito estas duas últimas etapas no ritmo que fiz e na velocidade que fiz, é a primeira vez que estou a andar numa moto de rally, para mim fico muito contente e poderá ser o futuro.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. Fica então aqui o caminho para o futuro por parte de Michael Simão, quando se aproxima já outro piloto a terminar.
So we saw a little bit there of Edgar Canet. Now we are looking at Niels Terek, who's looking set to come through and finish 3rd in the Rally 2 class. You can see the current standings there on the right-hand side.
¿Cómo ha sido hoy?
Sí, pues la verdad es que contento ya de terminar el Rally Portugal con buenas sensaciones, y que no hicimos la elección de neumático que tocaba. Sufrimos un poco por llevar este neumático durante todo el rally, pero en general contento de llegar al final, top 5 en la general, estamos ahí sumando puntos, así que contento.
Hoy tiveste un poquito de problemas ali en la montaña?
No.
No? Tudo bem?
Todo bien.
Tudo bem, graças. Ficam então as palavras de Edgar Canet. 2:17 é o tempo do piloto espanhol.
So here comes Niels Terek, the Frenchman on his Cove, 28 years old. He had to retire from the Dakar Rally, the opening round of the World Rally Raid Championship of 2026. He had to retire from that with a mechanical problem. It was very impressive in a lot of events over the last few years. Finished 6th in Rally 2 in the Dakar the year before, in 2025. And so Terek is coming into the final few corners now. And as I was saying, so they've had a big long stage before this of a few hundred kilometers, and then they have this last little blast, whereas the rest is sort of on roads. This is on something like a sort of man-made super special almost. Here now is Bruno Santosh. So this is the man who has absolutely dominated this rally, apart from yesterday where he had a really, really tough day. But he still was able to come out in the lead.
2:16. 2:16 o tempo de Nils Terik. Hi Nils, how was it?
Yes, it's a really short stage, and this morning it's really fun to ride, and happy to my ride, to my bike, and yes, it's good finish for me in this race for my first time, and I'm happy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ficam então as declarações de Nils Terik, que está satisfeito, fez 2:16, é o terceiro melhor tempo neste local, nestes 2 km. Vamos então aguardar pela chegada do Bruno Santos, que tem o terceiro lugar da etapa preso por apenas 9 segundos para o Michael Simão.
So Terik sitting there in 5th place at the moment, but we've still got this man to come through, Bruno Santosh, who is looking set to win the Rally 2 class at his home event. Last year he finished 2nd in class here at the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal, but it looks like he might come out on top here. Finished 7th in the Rally 2s at the Dakar a couple of months ago, and it's been a really strong ride for him. And you can hear the cheers for Bruno Santosh as he comes around the final few corners. Really fantastic to see him performing so well. The experienced 38-year-old putting all of his local knowledge to good use and taking the victory in Portugal, and running really well overall despite being on a Rally 2 bike. He's sitting 4th in amongst the Rally GP class, so really impressive stuff from Bruno Santosh. This is Ross Branch, the man from Botswana.
O tempo do Bruno. Bruno, como é que foi o dia?
Olha, dia positivo, estou contente com aquilo que acabou por acontecer hoje. Ontem a moto foi reparada de um grande estrago que ela vinha. E a moto saiu bem, mas ao final de 10 km fiquei sem embreagem novamente, portanto ainda houve aqui mais qualquer coisa que deu aqui problema, mas fiquei contente com o resultado que ainda assim consegui fazer nesta serra Al-Rajhi, que estava bastante difícil, estava bastante molhado, e eu consegui fazer ali o terceiro tempo da geral, o que é muito positivo, é o melhor tempo da Rally 2, por isso estou muito contente com aquilo que acabei por conseguir fazer e pronto, e passar por cima do dia de ontem, que foi o dia mais negro de todo este rally, mas portanto muito contente com o que acaba de acontecer.
Tinhas aqui o terceiro lugar da etapa preso aqui por uns segundos, mas conseguiste fazer exatamente o mesmo tempo, salvo erro, perdeste pouquinho para o Bruno, para o Michael Simão, ou seja, fechas o rally num terceiro posto, mais um pódio e a vitória no Rally 2.
Sim, é positivo essa vitória aqui enquanto Rally 2.
Quarta geral.
Acabei por não conseguir aquilo que era a minha expectativa a meio deste rally, que era estar um bocadinho mais na frente na geral desta prova, mas não posso esquecer, estes pilotos são fantásticos, são do mais alto nível que existe, e seria exagerado também achar que seria uma tarefa fácil, portanto foi uma tarefa dura. Cheguei a ver ali essa proximidade, mas também no primeiro dia cometi logo um erro, foi logo 2 minutos que perdi por um excesso de velocidade, deu-me logo ali mais um bocadinho de distância, e depois esta minha queda que acabou por me atirar um bocadinho mais para baixo, mas contente com o resultado final.
Olha, ainda antes de fazer a pergunta que toda a gente quer saber nesta altura, o Adrian Beveren mandou-te uma boca, digamos assim. Ele já conhece bifanas, portanto escusas dizer nas redes sociais que ele não conhecia.
Sei, ontem fizemos aí eu fiz gosto de o convidar para ir comer uma bifana depois da especial.
A primeira coisa que ele disse quando chegou aqui: olha, eu sei o que é que são bifanas, depois querem saber. Não, estou a brincar.
Não, mas foi ali a jeito de aproveitar ali o momento. Tínhamos uma longa especial para fazer, uma longa ligação. Tínhamos mais de 2 horas para percorrer desde Reguengos de Monsaraz até Loeb. E claro, depois do esforço que soube muito bem comer uma bifana à portuguesa ali na praça de Reguengos de Monsaraz.
Olha, e agora só, sim ou não? Vais à Argentina?
Não está previsto todo neste momento ir à Argentina. No ano passado fiz muitos projetos, planeei muitas corridas, depois acabei por não as concretizar todas.
e este ano tracei uns objetivos um bocadinho diferentes e, claro, os principais objetivos estavam principalmente a fazer o Dakar, fazer esta corrida e depois daqui logo decidir aquilo que fazer.
Muito bem, Bruno, obrigado. Felicidades para o Bruno Santos. Vamos ainda tentar ir aqui ao Ross Branch. Hi Ross, how was it? You have always fun, so probably today you have fun also.
Yeah, it's been amazing, you know. Thank you to all the spectators, all the fans that come out and watch and support. You know, we get to race our motorbikes just because there's so many spectators and supporters out here, so had a great time. Obviously it's not exactly my rally, but I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed being here.
Thank you very much, Ross Branch, o piloto Hero, sempre muito simpático, muito satisfeito também com o seu tempo, que foi 2:29 nestes últimos minutos.
So good to hear from Ross Branch then. Here's Luciano Benavidez coming through. Now Benavidez was the winner at the Dakar, but hasn't had the rally he would have wanted. As he sits down in 9th place overall, albeit that is 6th in the Rally GP. But he made a choice at the start of the week to go with the hard compound of tyre, as opposed to many of the others who went on the soft compound, and he has struggled with that a little bit. Also not necessarily used to this kind of terrain. Benavidez, he and the likes of he and Nacho Cornejo, perhaps not quite as accustomed to these conditions. Cornejo out, by the way. He retired a few stages ago, so we won't be getting to see him. We are seeing Neumann here. He is currently sitting 16th overall. Doesn't look like he can gain or lose positions, the Dutchman. Didn't compete in the Dakar Rally, Neumann. In fact, it's his first FIA World Rally Raid Championship competition. So a 16th place finish overall in the bikes, I think is a pretty good effort. He's in the Rally 2 class. So in class, this is going to be a top 10 finish for him, 8th place by the looks of things. Now here's the man who's going to finish in 7th in Rally 2, just 1 place ahead of Neumann. And that is Preston Campbell, 26-year-old American. Did a couple of World Rally Raid Championship events last year.
Luciano, ¿cómo ha sido?
Here's Benavidez.
Bueno, ha sido un rally difícil para mí, pero bueno, muy lindo de volver a correr en Portugal. Siempre es un placer volver para aquí. Me hubiese gustado poder estar a mi 100% y en mejores condiciones para mí, pero bueno, no ha sido un rally fácil después también de un Dakar con muchas emociones, así que nada, feliz de haber terminado sano, como dije.
Well, we've just lost the pictures from down there at the start line for the moment, as Luciano Benavidez came through. I was just mentioning Preston Campbell before that. He did 2 Rally Raid events last year and then entered the Dakar, where he finished 2nd in class in Rally 2. So a really impressive performance from Preston Campbell, and he was the best rookie out there.
Así que en Argentina tendré que salir con otra cabeza.
Gracias y suerte.
This is Ricky Brabeck. Currently looks like it's going to be an 8th place finish for Ricky Brabeck, 40 minutes off the lead for the American. who looked destined to win the Dakar Rally earlier this year, before he lost out by just a couple of seconds right at the end to the man we just heard from, Luciano Benavidez. 2024 Dakar winner, Brebeck. These are the standings at the moment. It is Daniel Sanders who is going to take the win in the Rally GP class. This is actually the... What we're looking at here is the stage results from stage 5. So Sanders winning the stage, 10 seconds ahead of Tosha Schreiner. And then Bruno Santosh, Adrian van Beveren, but that isn't the overall results of the rally itself. So the overall results have Sanders winning, Schreiner second, but Adrian van Beveren is up in 3rd place overall. And there are the overall standings, as if by magic. So Sanders is has won the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal ahead of Schreiner, then van Beveren. Santosh in 4th, winning the Rally 2 class. Edgar Canet, and then you've got Ventura second in Rally 2, and Niels Terek in 8th place, 3rd in the Rally 2 class. So those are the overall results of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal. Round 2 of the W2RC. Meanwhile, we are watching the 49 bike of Marty Escofet. Retired from this event last September in what was his debut in the World Rally Raid Championship. He's had a better run of it this time. He's going to make it to the end in Rally 2. And it looks like he should be able to manage a top 10 finish. Yeah, he's got a good buffer. Actually, there was only 40 seconds separating him and Tomasz Zoldos in the fight over 9th place in Rally 2. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Here is Zoldos. So only 40 seconds between them. It is a very short stage at the end here, so Zoldos, as long as he doesn't have any major dramas, should be able to hold on to that 9th spot. Zoldos a little more experienced than Escofet, but not massively. He won the Rally 3 class of this event last year. And then he took part in the Rally du Maroc at the end of the year and finished 2nd in Rally 3 there, but has made the step up to Rally 2 this year. It's looking like Zoldos should be able to pick up a 9th place finish. Now here's Gonçalo Amaral. He is set to take victory in Rally 3. He's got almost a 2-hour lead over Salvador Amaral, his teammate at the Wing Motor team. So it's been a really, really impressive run over the last few days from Gonçalo Amaral. The 27-year-old Salvador, his brother, will be finishing in 2nd place. Finished 5th in class here last year, but won Rally 3 back in 2024, when again it was earlier on in the season. This is Pabiska on the 36 bike. Well, it was. We're back to Amaral now. We had a little brief look there at David Pabiska. Here he is now on the 36 SP Moto Panettone machine. And Pabiska looks like he's going to secure a 13th place finish this afternoon. In the Rally 2 class. He finished 25th in Rally 2 at the Dakar. And here last year he finished 11th in Rally 2, so not quite as strong a result as last year for Pabiska. Nevertheless, a strong effort from the man from the Czech Republic, and he's in the veterans class too, because he's 50 years of age. There he is, making his way through the final sequence of corners. Another strong run from Pabishka. He won the veteran class on the bikes for the last 2 years in the Dakar. This is Lily May Mansui coming through now, 16th overall. And she is going to be the top female rider, I think, at the end of these classifications. 148 is Tomás de Garvado, the Chilean, the Bass World KTM team. He's running in Rally 2. Looks like an 11th place finish overall for de Garvado. The 27-year-old competed in the Dakar, finished 16th in Rally 2. His 4th Dakar appearance. So we now look at Dusan Durdac. Well, we did briefly. Back now to de Garvado. And the quads are starting to come through now as well. And it's going to be a very dominant performance in the quad classes. It has been from the very start for Antanas Kanopkinas. He's got an hour-and-a-half lead over his teammate Adamas Gancierius. And Kanopkinas, once again, absolutely dominating the bike class. That is his teammate Gancierius behind. Has won every stage except stage 2. His teammate Gancierius won stage 2, but Kanopkinas has won everything since. This stage, by the way, is a loop around Lule, which is a town just sort of northwest of Faro, which is the main airport hub for the Algarve. The rally started up further up the coast near Lisbon and has made its way down to the south coast and the Algarve. Gancierius, the Lithuanian. This is only his second entry in a World Rally Raid Championship. He entered the 2023 Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge. Finished 3rd in the quads in that class, in that event, but hasn't actually been back to the W2RC since. So good to have the Lithuanian back on board. Competed in a few competitions last year, did the Dinaric Rally on bikes. Finished 5th in that event. Now we are back with Kanopkinas on the CF Moto Thunder Racing quad. Quad's no longer part of the Dakar Rally, but they are still part of the World Rally Raid Championship. So competing at selected rounds. Kanopkinas won't be challenging that top 10 that you see on the right-hand side, where Daniel Sanders has taken the victory in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal, finishing almost 2 minutes clear of Toscha Schreiner. It was a very close fight, actually. It was the... Well, let's go down to the finish line.
Very good, very good. Today was a really nice day.
We can wait.
Yeah, so today really nice day. The special stage show really Portugal teeth. Mountains, roads, slippery, narrow, and a little bit mud and water. So really nice stage.
And the rally, how was it?
The first time for me is Portugal, so it was really nice because everything is new, nature, everything really good.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Ficam então as palavras de Garecius, que acaba então na segunda posição desta categoria de quad.
So Gansieras finishing in second place in the quad category. We return to our Rally 2 riders now. As we look at Maroon George, the man from Mongolia. Took part in the Dakar earlier this year, finished 19th in the Rally 2 class. There is Kanopkinas, who's on his way to finish and take victory in the quads in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. This, meanwhile, is Antonio Ubis, the Spaniard. Big Spanish flag that he just rode past. This is his first entry in the World Rally Raid Championship.
Oportunidade então para falarmos com o Kanopkias, que acaba por ganhar a categoria. Hi. Antonas, how was it?
Today was extremely slippery. One mistake, a little bit on the side, but glad that we was with a colleague together. So he helped me to back on the wheels and we continue together. So we are always scared to each other. It's not one-man job, it's a teamwork. So not only in the track, but also in the bivouac, in the media and everywhere. So thank you for the team, thank you for all partners and for everyone. And especially this race is something very special. I'm really glad that we have so green and so wet stage in the whole World Rally Raid Championship.
Did you like the rally, of course?
Yeah, sure, I enjoy every day because it's a very, very different rally between all other rallies. There is a lot of rain and it was something very special.
After Zalas, you are the second Lithuanian who enjoy most Portugal.
Yes. I really love it, but it doesn't matter who will win, me or Domas. The most important thing that CF Moto in the 1-2 and all stages finished without technical issues. And one more time we are proved that we are making our job well.
Thank you very much. Acho que ele não percebeu. Eu estava-me a referir, o meu lituano não é muito bom, ele não percebeu. Estava a mandar um abraço aos Alas, que ganhou o Dakar com o nosso Paulo Fiusa, mas de qualquer forma a deixar muitas palavras elogiosas para Portugal e para o Rally.
It's a fair point actually made by Kanopkinas, as we heard that he ended up on his side and that's where he lost those couple of minutes today. But a lot of the World Rally Raid Championship happens in very hot weather. Saudi Arabia, obviously the desert. Argentina, okay, Argentina in May is sort of the autumn there, isn't it? But it's still pretty nice weather. And then you have Morocco and the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge, both of which take place fundamentally in the desert. So it is quite rare on the World Rally Raid calendar that you get these sort of wet, muddy, challenging conditions. And Kanopkinas very much enjoying it. We are now watching Libor Pletka on his KTM 450.
¿Cómo ha sido?
Pues la verdad que para el último día súper especial, súper emotivo, toda la gente, la afición ha dado un montón de calor y súper guapo. Con el barrito, al final el último día hemos tenido sol y hemos disfrutado a tope.
É preciso llegar a Portugal para ter sol.
Es preciso, sí señor.
Estou com uma broma para você, gracias.
So Ubis looks like he'll be finishing 15th in the Rally 2 class.
Está a chegar o Tiago Santos, vamos aproveitar para também falar com o piloto português de Nelas, ele que está precisamente a terminar a sua prova, a dizer que estes pilotos depois vão seguir para uma curta viagem até Vila Moura, onde vão ter a entrega de prémios, o pódio, ou melhor o pódio, porque a entrega de prémios volta a ser aqui. Vamos aguardar só aqui um bocadinho para o Tiago entregar a sua carta. Tiago, como é que foi?
Final de rally bastante duro, a chuva caiu durante a semana, dificultou bastante a tarefa. As pistas ficaram muito escorregadias, principalmente em Espanha, em Badajoz as pistas estavam muito escorregadias, tivemos que cuidar com isso. No entanto foi um rally que comecei de trás para a frente e as coisas saíram bem, estamos aqui no final, que era o objetivo final. e é agora fazer o plano final, encerrar este rally da melhor maneira possível e vamos agora pensar nos próximos objetivos.
É isso, eu ia lhe perguntar, e o futuro? Depois de um rally tão interessante?
O futuro passa normalmente pelo Rally de Marrocos, tentar garantir mais pontos para a seleção de Dakar. Vamos tentar estar presentes, não sabemos se em 2027 ou 2028 vamos tentar estar presentes. E é isso, portanto vamos continuar passo a passo a tentar o rumo final.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e felicidades para o futuro, Tiago Santos.
So we saw a moment ago Alexis Vana. This is Liman Sweet. Talk about her in just a moment. I thought she'd come through earlier on, but it must have been someone else. But Alexis Vana is actually going to win the class, I think, on the quads, which will be his first quad stage win because of that problem for Gansieris and Kanopkinas. But we'll wait for confirmation of that once he comes across the line. Meanwhile, Lily May Mansweet is making her way around.
Vamos falar com ele. Hi, how was it?
Yeah, it was good. Nice track, a good, very nice day. So we drive very well. The feeling with the bike is good, so it's good. I'm happy.
Can I ask you, why do you ride with Senegal flag?
Sorry?
Why do you ride with Senegal flag?
Because it is my country.
You was born in Senegal?
I was born in Senegal, yes. It's my country. I grew up in Senegal, so I'm happy to represent my country, you know, so yes, that's the reason.
Nice story, congratulations. Thank you very much. Então o piloto senegalês, apesar de raízes francesas, ele é mesmo do Senegal, nasceu no Senegal e corre com uma camisola do Senegal. Vamos aproveitar para falar com a muito simpática Lima Mauni. How was it?
The race or today? All the week was perfect, insane. The track, landscape, everything. It was so nice. And today it was a little bit difficult for me, but I'm here, I'm finished, and this is important.
It was hard for you, I suppose.
Yes, but like the other person is the same, so I think no, it's okay.
Thank you very much, congratulations. Ela que é uma de duas pilotos motar, muito simpática e tal como referias, apesar da baixa estatura, com uma excelente técnica em cima da moto.
So, a few stories to catch you up on then, because Alexis Vana, who we just heard from there, he actually retired from the rally on stage 2 because of mechanical issues, but looks like he will come through to take the victory in the stage. Lily May Mansui is looking at a 16th place finish overall, if everything went according to plan when she comes across the line.
Increíble, estuvo muy entretenido todo, sin accidentes, la moto perfecto, así que esperamos volver el próximo año si se hace acá de nuevo.
Y con lo casco ha dado suerte.
Sí, el casco me ha cuidado porque sabía por dónde había que ir y todo, así que le aprovechamos de dar gracias a Bruno por la buena onda. No sabía la nueva norma, me faltó información, pero muy contento y muchas gracias a todo el pueblo portugués que se ha portado increíble en la ruta y también el español cuando anduvimos por allá.
Muitas graças e bom regresso à casa, John. Muito bem, e entretanto chega já aqui o vencedor da categoria elétrica, Pedro. Como é que foi?
Foi bom, foi muito duro, foram muitos dias, muitos quilómetros, já vim para a corrida com gripe, depois uma intoxicação alimentar a meio da corrida, mas
só chegar um bocadinho para trás.
Acho que fizemos um grande trabalho. Estamos a evoluir a moto, estamos a pensar já no Dakar 27, testamos baterias, conseguimos superar cada dia o recorde de mais quilómetros que fazíamos com as baterias.
O recorde, qual é que foi?
Foi 117 km só com uma troca. E o ano passado o máximo tinha sido 80, por isso acho que melhoramos bastante. Estou muito contente, a Streets provou que é uma moto fiável, levou-me até ao fim. Obrigado a toda a minha equipa de assistência, porque o trabalho deles é ainda maior que o meu, que fizeram mais quilómetros que eu atrás de mim para trocar as baterias, e parabéns à organização, porque mais uma vez fizeram um rally excepcional de nível mundial.
Pedro, como é que vão continuar a desenvolver e a trabalhar nisto? Vão à Argentina? Não.
Não, no próximo mês já vamos receber umas baterias com maior capacidade, já a moto vai ficar um bocadinho maior, já estilo Dakar, e vamos continuar a testar. Ainda não sabemos exatamente quais os rallies que vamos fazer até o fim do ano, temos programado fazer mais 2 e vamos fazer as provas do Campeonato Nacional Todo Terreno, porque estamos a correr na categoria elétrica e é o primeiro ano que há e vamos estar lá.
Pedro, para se perceber o que é razoável em termos de troca de baterias para vocês dizerem, ok, a partir de agora podemos começar a testar para o Dakar. Isto presumo que seja interessante para quem está em casa.
Nós temos que fazer no mínimo 100 km, pelo regulamento no Dakar, mas nós temos de ter uma margem, imaginamos que alguém se perde ou uma coisa qualquer, por isso o objetivo é fazer 140 km com a mesma bateria. Temos muito trabalho pela frente, há muita tecnologia para desenvolver, há muitas coisas, mas estou com a equipa certa, os engenheiros da Street estão imparáveis a trabalhar e em tempo relâmpago acho que vamos ter uma moto ganhadora no Dakar.
Obrigado e felicidades, Pedro Bianchi Prata, que então continua nesse verdadeiro Road to Dakar que se vê nos painéis de publicidade aqui no Rally Raid, mas a verdade é ele está mesmo no Road to Dakar porque continua a testar essa moto e já está mais próximo desse objetivo dos 140 km, fez 119 com uma só bateria, já são números bastante aceitáveis.
So we're now watching Jacek Bartoszek, the 52-year-old Pole for the Bass World KTM team. He last competed in the Dakar in 2021. That was his only Dakar appearance, which he retired from. But he's done a few World Rally Raid Championship events, Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge and the Rally du Maroc. This now is Eduardo Alain, the Argentinian. He too has done a couple of World Rally Raid events last year. Competed in Abu Dhabi and here at the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal and then the Rally du Maroc. The experienced 59-year-old from Argentina. He did plenty of the Dakars when they were in South America, competed in 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then hasn't done a Dakar since it moved to Saudi Arabia. This is Mark Sutter, the Swiss, the Edelweiss racing team, who we saw on the opening day have a few difficulties. At the moment he is running 39th overall after various problems out there over the last few days. But Sutter and Eduardo Alain running together on course, and that'll give Alain a bit of a reason to push, to try and see if he can catch and pass Sutter in these final few meters of the course.
Excellent, big fun, a beautiful country, Portugal. I'm first time in Portugal.
Yeah? Did you like it?
Yes, of course.
Even all the problems that you have?
It's something interesting with water and mud.
Yes.
I am very glad. I am satisfied. I finish.
Thank you very much. Return next year.
I hope yes.
Thank you very much. Muito satisfeito o Mark Sutter, ele que foi a primeira vez em Portugal, gostou mesmo do rally, apesar de todas as dificuldades que ele teve, e olha que foram muitas ao longo destes dias.
So, just a couple more riders to come. I think the last rider we're going to see, is this her now? Yes, it is. So this is Raffaella Cabini. On the RS Moto. is pretty much her international debut. Not competed in any major international events before. Debut in the World Rally Raid Championship. And she's not had the most straightforward... Oh, look, here we go. Suter and Alain are pretty close, aren't they? As they come into the final few metres. And can Alain find a way past? Yes, he can. Just before the finish line. So that'll give Eduardo Alain a little bit of satisfaction there, won't it? So this now, the final run from Cabini. Now, overall, Raffaele Cabini is running in 30th place. Has lost 4.5 hours over the course of the last few days, so has kept running the whole time pretty much. Not been hit with any major penalties. So as far as trouble-free international debuts go, I think this has been a pretty strong run for Raffaele Cabini. Her brother is Carlo Cabini, who has taken part in bike competitions before in the Rally du Maroc and the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal last year. Carlo competed. And her father, Antonio Cabini, has competed in the Dakar quite a few years in the trucks, often with his son Carlo and Raffaella, in fact. So in the cars, this is her first outing on the bikes internationally. She did compete in the 2018 Dakar Rally in the trucks along with Antonio and Giulio Vezzoletti. So Raffaella coming towards the final few meters, but that on the bottom right is how the rally is going to finish, with Daniel Sanders taking the victory. Cabini comes through, and that is the FIM class completed for the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal 2026. A really, really close battle. It was very tight between Sanders and Schreiner coming into the final day, and this morning it was the closest final day, in fact, since Argentina 24.
Yes, it was the final stage, a very long one, also this, and well, yes, I'm very happy to have to finish the race.
Did you like the rally?
Yes, really, I really enjoyed it. The weather is not so good, but...
In Portugal better than in Spain.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ficam então as declarações de Rafaela, ela que estava então com a piloto francês da Couve, luta a luta para ser a melhor mulher neste Rally Raid 2026.
So here's a look at the overall standings after stage 5, the loop around Lulé. And it is Daniel Sanders who takes the overall victory. Just 1 minute and 56 seconds ahead of Tosha Schreiner, with Adrian van Beveren in third, Bruno Santosh in fourth, Edgar Canet fifth, Santosh in fourth, by the way, winning Rally 2. Martin Ventura in sixth, second in Rally 2. Ross Branch seventh, Niels Therick in third, in eighth, but third in Rally 2. And then the Dakar winner, Luciano Benavidez, only finishing down in 9th position, albeit 6th in the Rally GP class, but that will be a threat to his lead at the top of the World Rally Raid Championship. There you can see a view of the final few stages around the Estadio Algarve, which was built for Euro 2004, the football competition. But here's a look back at the best bits of the end of stage 5. Tosha Schreiner was out leading the way after winning stage 4 yesterday, but it was the number 1 bike of Daniel Sanders who came through to take the victory, the Australian on top. Ross Branch finishing in 7th spot today. It's great to see so many fans out at the finish line too, getting a excellent chance to watch these machines up close and personal, which is not something you get to do that often in such close proximity in Rally Raid. Ricky Breivik, Jeremy Knyman, and then we had the quads coming through, the quad class victory. Just to confirm that, going the way of Antanas Kanopkinas, but the stage win did go to Alexis Vana, his first stage win. There, the Senegalese on the 172 bike. There were a few more Rally 2s and Rally 3s to come through. The Rally 3 class win in the end going the way of Gonzalo Amaral. Salvador Amaral actually hasn't made it to the finish line, so he's obviously run into troubles on this final stage. So depending on how long it takes him to get back, he could lose that second place. But it is Daniel Sanders, Daniel Chucky Sanders, who is the winner of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal of 2026 in the FIM bike class. Welcome back, everybody, to our live coverage of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal 2026. And we are waiting for the podium ceremony here to get underway for the bikes, which we'll see the winners come up and celebrate on the podium. Everyone will pass through it at some point. Beautiful day down on the south coast in the Algarve. And as you've heard from so many of the riders over the course of the day, beautiful country and a stage that they've all really enjoyed. Few minutes until the bikes will be arriving. Here they come now. You can see bike number 1, Daniel Sanders, leading the way as the rally winner.
Ela, neste momento, não está a intervalo, está com o zoom.
This is the second round of the 2026 World Rally Raid Championship. After the Dakar Rally earlier on in January, it's a season that kind of goes through the whole year, really. Starting off with the Dakar, then moving to the European race here at the BP Ultimate Rally Raid in Portugal. And this is the third edition of that competition, and it's the only European round on the calendar. And after that, it is the Desafio Ruta 40. I should say 40, shouldn't I? Which is the Argentinian event that was part of the 2023 and 2024 W2RC series. Returning again in 2026. It's the 13th edition of that rally raid. And it will basically be the switch from the first half of the season to the second half of the season, as it's round 3 of 5. And as ever, the Rally du Maroc will be on the calendar, the 4th round this time, from the 28th of September to the 3rd of October. And then, for the first time, it'll be the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge that is the final round of the season. Traditionally, we've gone straight from Dakar to the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge, but now it'll be the other way around, with it coming between the 22nd and 27th of November, and that's due to Ramadan falling in February and March, so competing in Abu Dhabi during that time. It's been decided that it's preferable to have it in November. And the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge will be the third event to serve as the season finale. Andalusia Rally finished the year in 2022, and it was Rally du Maroc from 2023 through to 2025. So that's the exciting action that we've got coming up for the remainder of the W2RC season.
E estamos prestes a iniciar a cerimónia de recepção aos pilotos que terminam a terceira edição da BP Ultimate Rally Ride de Portugal 2026. Estamos na Marina de Vila Moura, junto ao Tivoli, todos aqueles que terminaram a prova, segunda etapa do Campeonato do Mundo Cross Country Rallys, o W2RC, irão passar aqui no palanque final para receberem os troféus e também para receberem a medalha que marca o terem concluído a totalidade dos 5 dias de competição. Uma competição que começou em Grândola, visitou também paragens espanholas com bivouac, então na cidade de Badajoz, as pistas da estimadura, que marcaram depois o regresso a Portugal, no momento em que estamos preparados para receber então o primeiro piloto, então aqui no palanque, piloto da Honda HRC, Tocha.
So we're starting to see the bikes make their way up onto the podium. And there is the medal for Tosha Schreiner. Finishing in second place overall in the Rally GP class. The winner in Rally GP is once again Daniel Sanders. A difficult Dakar for Sanders after dominating in 2025, but he's back on the top again with victory in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal. It's the laurels and the medals and the champagne for Daniel Sanders.
Good recovery.
So that means in the championship, Luciano Benavidez still leads the World Rally Raid Championship in the Rally GP class, but he's only 4 points ahead of Tosha Schreiner, and he's only 6 points ahead of Daniel Sanders, with Ricky Braybeck in 4th. 10 points separating the top 4 in the championship there. Now, the whole of Sanders' team will head up onto the podium to celebrate with him. The Red Bull KTM Factory Racing team, victorious in Portugal.
Well done, huh?
So Daniel Sanders takes the win. The BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal of 2026. That brings him back into championship contention. As I say, finished 5th at the Dakar. Not what he would have wanted, but this has moved him up to 3rd in the championship standings now. And here's Adrian van Beveren, who finished 3rd in the rally. Frenchman moving himself up to 5th in the standings after finishing 6th on the Dakar, and now 3rd here. So Adrian van Beveren finishing in 3rd spot. A reminder that here on the live stream we'll be having the final stage of the cars getting underway in about half an hour's time, so make sure you stick around for that. In the meantime, it's celebrations on the podium for Martin Ventura. Second place for him in the Rally 2 class, finishing 3 minutes back in the end from the rally winner. You can see the bikes gathering, ready for their podium ceremony. Edgar Canet up onto the podium next. As he finishes 4th. In the Rally GP class. Here now, back to the Rally 2 class, is Niels Terek, the Frenchman, finishing 3rd in Rally 2, just a little under 8 minutes back from Bruno Santosh. Good ride from the Kobe factory racing man. Carl Simao is next up. He finished 4th in the Rally 2 class. Another home hero. The X-Raid's experienced team. There are 100 kilometers of special stage today. But here comes the real home hero of the day in the motorbike class, Bruno Santosh. Taking the victory in Rally 2. Superb performance from him. The rest of the Frutas Patricia Pilar team will be making their way up onto the podium to accompany Santos on his Husqvarna. Delight for Santos. What a good performance it has been, an almost dominant performance, even though he lost all that time yesterday on stage 4. Still able to hang on for the overall victory. Well, not even hang on, still won by 3 minutes. So a very strong performance from Bruno Santosh. Santosh makes his way off the podium. Next up is Ross Branch. Fifth place finish in the Rally GP class for Branch. His Hero Motorsports entry finished 25 minutes down in the end on Daniel Sanders. Next up, Alfredo Pellicer. The Spaniard who finishes 6th in the Rally 2 class. Finished 3rd on the opening day on stage 1, did Pellicer. Next up, Tony Mulek, the Slovenian. A 5th place finish for him in Rally 2. His best finish of the rally was a 4th place on stage 2 from Grandolo up to Badajoz. And we heard actually chat earlier, didn't we, that it was the weather in Spain that was really problematic. Not great weather in Portugal, but it was those really tough rainy days when the teams and riders were up around the Spanish loop around Badajoz. Now up comes Luciano Benavidez. Not the rally that he would have wanted. Finishing in 6th place in the end, Benavidez. 5th on the stage today. Sorry, he was 5th on stage 2. And 5th on the stage today. Those were his best results, and so as a result he still leads the World Rally Raid Championship. The advantage has been cut. His lead was 8 points after the Dakar over Ricky Brabeck. It's now 10 points over the top 4. Here's Jeremy Knoyman for the X-Rays Experience team. Dutchman in the junior class as well. He's had a strong run in Rally 2. Coming through to finish in 8th place in the standings. Dutchman making his way off the podium. Next up, Preston Campbell. After his impressive run at the Dakar earlier on this year, it's a 7th place finish for him in Rally 2 this weekend. And so as far as the Rally 2 Championship is concerned, it is Tony Mulek who leads it. He won the Dakar, 5th today. That is still enough to have him hold the World Rally Raid Championship lead, but only by 5 points over Ventura. And this win for Bruno Santosh brings him up into 3rd in the standings, level on points with Preston Campbell. Again, 10 points separating the top 4 in Rally 2 as well. Ricky Brabeck. Only 8th this weekend, finishing 40 minutes back. Lost 15 minutes on stage 4, 15 minutes on stage 3. So it was those 2 days up in Spain really cost him a lot of time. Skyler Howes, a 7th place finish for him in Rally GP. For the American, that means he sits 6th in the championship after a 4th place at the Dakar and a 7th place here. Still 3 rounds to go, of course. We're off to Argentina in May. And then Morocco and Abu Dhabi after the summer break, essentially. It's Marty Escofet. Finished in the top 10 for the Joyride race service team. Finished 10th, in fact, on that final stage. It was very consistent. It was basically 9th or 10th for the whole rally, other than stage 1 where he finished 11th. He finished 9th or 10th in every stage and has finished in 10th place overall. There's Thomas Zoldos. Now, Zoldos finished in 9th position in the end, just behind Neumann.
Próximo momento, dorsal 69.
There is the laurel for Gonzalo Amaral for winning Rally 3. He and his brother Salvador Amaral were looking like finishing 1-2. But in the end, Salvador ran into problems on the final stage, so it will be Eduardo Alan who finished 2nd in the Rally 3 class. Gonzalo Amaral taking the victory. Dusan Durdaj up onto the podium now. 12th place finish overall for the Kajlastrot Dakar team. David Babiška, man from the Czech Republic, next up. 13th place finish for the SP Moto Panettone man.
Dorsal 36, David Parisca. Piloto também com muita experiência no Brasil. A terminar então esta prova. Vamos continuar a dar prémios e medalhas de pilotos e campeão. Agora vamos a 148.
Is the Chilean Tomás de Gavardo, another rookie up on the podium. 11th place for him in the Rally 2 class, a pretty strong effort from the rookie. Finished 3 minutes clear of Derdaj, who we saw a moment ago. Here's Maroon Purevidori. You can see there Maroon proudly displaying the Mongolian flag at the front, the 28-year-old who's competed in the Dakar for the last 2 seasons. Finished 19th in the Rally 2 class earlier this year. The Mongolian has competed on the famous Silk Way rally a couple of times and has won his class in that in 2025 in the Motor Rally 450 class. Pletka. Finished 23rd in the end. Had a really challenging week. Finished bottom of the Rally 2 class. 51 hours back, but of course a lot of that will be penalties and not finishing certain stages. Thiago Santos for the Mario Petrao adventure on his Kobe 450. Another rookie in the Rally 2 class for Thiago. Making it to the end, which is no mean feat, and a 15th place for Team Bianchi Prata. Still some more bikes to come. This is Antonio Ubis, the Spaniard, who ended up finishing 14th overall for Club Adventura Touareg. The Spanish flag proudly displayed above the bike there. Well, the whole family are here as well. Lovely to see. Kove making it to the end, a little under 3 hours down. The KTM making it to the end, a little under 3 hours down, but gained a place on the final day, did Ubis. Got up ahead of the man we just saw, Thiago Santos. Ubis makes his way off the podium. Heard a lot, didn't we, from Pedro Bianchi-Prata at the end of that stage. The Portuguese, the Stark Electric Team Bianchi-Prata machine. And I think he wants a bit of a celebration up there, doesn't he? Made it to the end. In the experience class. But he wants to spray the champagne on the podium. Why not, eh? Performance from Pedro Bianchi-Prata. Impressive to get through this on the Stark Electric motorbike. Has made it to the end of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal.
Próximo, dorsal 61. Vem da Polónia, cavaleiro 450, nada, 84, 20, Jacek Vana.
Welcome back to our coverage of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal of 2026. It's the second round of the FIA World Rally Raid Championship of 2026. And we've had the bikes come through, and now it is time for the final stage for the cars. And we're in for a really fun last little part of the event. You can see how much the fans have lined the track to see these beasts come through. And in the cars, it is Sebastian Loeb, the 9-time World Rally Champion, who is looking set to take victory. He's got a 2-minute 46-second lead over Seth Quintero. And here's a great view. Car we're watching is João Ferreira, one of the home heroes, because he won stage 4 yesterday. He's lying in 3rd place overall. And he would love to take home a podium finish. He is 3.5 minutes off Loeb, so it's very unlikely he'll be able to close this in the final few stages, but he's certainly got a push. Final few kilometres. He's certainly got a push, João Ferreira. Stage win yesterday meant he opened the road today. Lucas Moraes is actually slightly closing in on him. Moraes is 4th overall, the Brazilian, but is currently leading a Dacia Sandriders 1-2 on the stage. Moraes ahead of Nasser al-Attiyah, João Ferreira 3rd on stage at the moment, and Loeb in 4th. But this is how close it is. There's only 7 seconds between Moraes, al-Attiyah and Ferreira in the top 3 places for the stage victory. So that is why João Ferreira really has got to push, and really is pushing in his Toyota Gazoo machine, in amongst the batch of Dacia Sandriders. Ferreira now in front of his home fans, coming around that long right-hander. Everybody's got their smartphones out to try and capture Ferreira as he comes through. Great to see. It's absolutely packed down here. We're getting to see Ferreira's full run. And that is João Ferreira done for the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. We'll see whether that's enough to give him the stage victory. It should be enough, because it looked very clean.
Ainda não saiu o tempo, vamos aguardar.
Now let's go down to hear from him.
Muito bem, vamos tentar perceber o tempo do João Ferreira. 2 minutos e 11 é o tempo do João Ferreira. João, como é que correu?
Muita tração, levantámos as rodas várias vezes. Um troço muito pequeno, quase nem deu para aquecer, mas é importante para o público. Penso que fizemos 3º lugar na geral desta prova, portanto, não era a ambição que tinha desde o início, mas fazer um pódio em casa sabe sempre bem, somámos muitos pontos importantes para o campeonato. Agradecer à minha equipa e a todos os nossos patrocinadores. A equipa fez um trabalho excelente desde o início desta semana, damos um carro perfeito, não temos quaisquer problemas, portanto só tenho que agradecer a eles e ao Filipe Palmeiro todo o trabalho fantástico que fizeram.
Vamos ver se ainda consegues ganhar a etapa hoje, não é? Estava 7 segundos, em 2 km é complicado.
Não, duvido muito, fui muito cauteloso aqui nesta parte, havia muita tração, era fácil cometer um erro e captar, portanto fomos muito cautelosos e penso que vamos ter o 3º lugar e acho que depois da semana que tivemos é um balanço bastante positivo.
Muito bem, obrigado João, felicidades, boa sorte. João Ferreira que vai depois então para a Argentina.
Now there is Sebastian Loeb coming through the stage, the man who looks set to win the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Desperate to win the Dakar, Loeb, but hasn't been able to achieve it so far. Failed again this year, missed out on the podium. is looking set to take the win in the second round of the season. He and his co-driver Edward Boulanger hurtling their way around this final few kilometres. Just a couple of minutes long, this last little run. But there are only seconds between Moraes, al-Attiyah and Ferreira in the battle for the stage victory. It's loop around Lule. Sebastian Loeb, 9-time World Rally Champion. He's then competed in World Touring Cars. He's competed in GTs. He's competed at Le Mans. But the Dakar is one that he really, really wants to win. Again, didn't manage it in his 10th time of asking. He comes across the line now. But that should be victory for Loeb overall in the 2026 BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal. So let's hear from the Frenchman now as he receives a round of applause from all of his Dacia team as the winner of the rally.
Vamos tentar 2:10, conseguiu bater o tempo aqui de João Ferreira, ele bem disse que ia cauteloso. Sebastian, congratulations. How was it?
It was good. We won the rally, so that's very good.
Vamos esperar só mais bocadinho, que ele vai tirar o capacete. De qualquer forma, a fazer tirar segundo ao tempo de João Ferreira, aqui só, mas na etapa o João à frente. Yeah, how was it? Great to win in Portugal.
It was a good rally for me. Good memories from this place also. I had some good moments in Faro in the rallies in the past. So yeah, we had a good race. It was not easy. It's very difficult on this kind of roads. Very technical with these big cars. It's really a challenge. So, but yeah, the feeling was really good. The car was working well all the rally. So we scored a lot of points, and that's the best we could expect.
Back-to-back win for the team.
And another win for the team, yes, exactly. So the first one for us in the season. But yeah, it's looking good. The feeling with the car was great, so I'm really happy.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Ficam então as declarações de Sebastian Loeb, feliz por esta segunda vitória da Dacia este ano no Mundial de Rally Raid, depois do triunfo no Rally Dakar, aqui também a vencer 2:11 o tempo de Sebastian Loeb, feliz relembrando também os tempos em que venceu aqui como piloto de WRC.
Yeah, so Sebastian Loeb won twice on Rally Portugal in the World Rally Championship, 2007 and 2009 for, well, unsurprisingly for Citroën. So good memories, as he said there. Whoa, that's a big, big lean for Guy Botterill there. Goodness me. Botterill pushing as hard as he can. In the overall standings, Botterill is looking like he's getting a 5th position. He's on 2 wheels again. Goodness me. The South African who was pushing hard yesterday as well to finish 4th on the stage is certainly giving these people a show right at the end. Botterill comes through and he should have done enough to finish in 5th on the rally. But Sebastian Loeb, then you can see the stage 5 classifications has Ferreira 16 seconds quicker than Loeb, but the overall classifications will be Sebastian Loeb winning the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Let's hear from Guy Botterill, shall we? The South African, after that rather flamboyant final run.
How was it?
Was all right. Guy had a lot of grip there, stood up twice. I was quite surprised how much grip it had. But yeah, I'm not feeling so good today. But at least rally's come to an end. We had a reasonable run and just looking forward to the next race.
Thank you very much. Ficam então as declarações de Guy Botteril, numa altura em que ainda não saiu o tempo do piloto sul-africano, colega de equipa de João Ferreira na Toyota South African. Está a demorar um bocadinho sair o tempo de Guy Botteril. Aí está 2:11, empata precisamente com o tempo de João Ferreira. Isto, obviamente, e volto a frisar, são tempos apenas destes 2 quilómetros.
So this now is Seth Quintero. Quintero is looking set to finish second overall, which would be a very strong performance from the American. The youngster who won a few stages on the Dakar last year. As far as the stage is concerned, he's down in 5th position, 40 seconds away from Moraes. But on the stage, João Ferreira has got ahead of Sebastian Loeb. So although Loeb has finished 3 minutes and 37 seconds ahead of Ferreira overall, Ferreira finished ahead of Loeb on the stage. So we'll see whether he's going to be in contention with al-attiyah and Moraes for the stage victory. Quintero, meanwhile, hasn't won any of the stages on this rally, but he's had some good consistency, and as a result is looking at a 2nd place finish in his Toyota Hilux. Chucking it in, not quite as dramatically as Guy Botterill, as you heard Guy say. Stood up twice, which he wasn't quite expecting. By stood up, he meant go up on 2 wheels. I think the fans enjoyed it. Seth Quintero, also an aggressive driver. Pushing hard for this final flourish, and across the line comes Seth Quintero to complete his run, and that should be 2nd place for him. And you can see his team are down there too to applaud.
2:10, ganhou 1 segundo a João Ferreira. Vamos já ouvir aqui o Seth. Hi Seth, how was it?
It was good. It's nice to have a good finish here in Portugal. I freaking love this place, and yeah, we've had some bad luck the past 2 years, and honestly, we had some bad luck this year too. But if our bad luck means 2nd place, then it was a good rally.
Thinking in a championship, it's a good result, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Thinking of points, for sure picked up a lot of points every day on the stages. We scored points, and obviously we scored some pretty good points for getting 2nd. So the team did an amazing job, and I couldn't be happier. Just nice to get to a good finish.
Thank you very much, Seth Quintero. Feliz então por este resultado, feliz também porque marcou pontos em quase todas as etapas, e por isso muito satisfeito o norte-americano, que sai daqui então com a vice-liderança. Se teve um mau dia e acabou em 2º, imagino quando tiver. Bom dia.
Seth Quintero, who won the Challenger class of the World Rally Raid Championship back in 2023. He's made the step up to Ultimates at the start of 2024, and that is his best ever finish with a 2nd place. He's had 2 thirds before, both in the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge over the last couple of years, but that's his first 2nd place finish. So, another Dacia Sand Rider out there now. It is Nasser al-Attiyah. So al-Attiyah, as far as the stage is concerned, is just 5 seconds back from Lucas Moraes and 2 seconds ahead of João Ferreira. So the time between al-Attiyah and Ferreira here is going to be crucial. A couple of days ago on stage 3, Nasser al-Attiyah had a mechanical issue, so he's not really in contention for the overall victory here. Well, he's not in contention at all for the overall victory because of that problem. He lost some 18 hours, but he is in contention for the stage victory, and you get points for where you finish on the stages as well. It's not just your finishing position at the end of the rally. which is what Seth Quintero was saying, how they scored points on every stages, and that is important. So that's what al-Attiyah will be pushing for here. He won stage 1 on Thursday, and he's come across the line now. We'll wait to see whether that is enough to beat Lucas Moraes. Of course, we're waiting for Moraes. Well, firstly, we need to see if it's quicker than João Ferreira went on that final stage. And then we'll have to see how Lucas Moraes gets on.
É sim, é Nasser al-Attiyah que acaba, vamos ver com que tempo, o piloto qatari que venceu o Rally Dakar e que teve aqui algumas dificuldades. Ainda não saiu o tempo de Nasser al-Attiyah, mas ele gosta muito de correr em Portugal. 2:06 e em princípio consegue apanhar o tempo de ganhar João Ferreira e falta saber o tempo de Lucas Moraes para saber se fecha ou não com uma vitória aqui em Portugal. Ele está aqui a tirar o ANS e vamos a João Ferreira pelo menos, vamos ver se ganha a Lucas Moraes. Hi, how was it?
Yeah, it was a Mickey Mouse stage, you know, but okay. It's a little bit tricky, and yeah, I am happy to finish this race.
The weekend, it was not too good. The week was not too good.
No, because we have one day. It was a problem with the car, with electric, but okay. This is a rally.
And now Argentina.
Yes, now Argentina.
Thank you very much. Best of luck. Ficam então as declarações de Nasser, para já na frente da etapa, com a certeza que João Ferreira não ganhará esta etapa, será Nasser ou Lucas Moraes. Falta saber se a Dacia consegue juntar à vitória no Rally também a vitória na etapa.
So there you can see al-Attiyah 7 seconds faster than João Ferreira on that final stage. Gap pretty much stayed the same. They're identical lap times over this final couple of kilometers, but Lucas Moraes was 5 seconds clear of al-Attiyah and Ferreira. So can the Brazilian hang on to take his first victory, his first stage victory, I should say, of the season? Pushing hard. I'm just having a look at whether he won a stage at the Dakar. He didn't have a great time, but the Dakar obviously is so long that everybody basically has a bit of a go at winning a stage. But no, this would also be Moraes' first stage win in the W2RC for the Dacia team. Throws it through the right-hander. Moraes trying to get back on board and back up to speed with his new car after moving from Toyota in the off-season, and he has come across the line. We'll wait for his time to come in, and this will decide who has won the stage. It's basically going to be one of the Dacias. It'll either be Nasser al-Attiyah or it'll be Lucas Moraes to take victory in stage 5 of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Of course, the Brazilian speaks Portuguese.
2:08, o que significa que é segundo na etapa. João Ferreira terceiro. Vamos ouvir o piloto brasileiro campeão do mundo, Lucas, como foi?
Foi bom, um rally muito difícil ao mesmo tempo, mas feliz de entregar mais uma vitória para a equipe nesse final. Parabéns ao Seb e ao Eduardo, e foi bom. Feliz de novo de estar cada vez mais encaixado com esse carro. Acho que a gente venceu o dia de hoje, mais outra, então feliz com isso. E vamos lá, o campeonato está começando. Agradecer a toda a família que está torcendo, aos amigos, e vamos agora para a Argentina, que é mais perto de casa.
América do Sul, mais perto de casa, não é?
Pois é, agora a gente volta ao deserto.
Obrigado. Ficam então as declarações de Lucas Moraes. Faz 1-2 na etapa a Dacia e ganha também o Rally. Nada mal para uma equipa que neste momento então festeja Lucas também num excelente resultado para a equipa francesa.
So that is the stage win for Lucas Moraes. He managed to hang on. Nasser al-Attiyah took a couple of seconds out of him, but Moraes won the stage by 3 seconds. And it's his first stage win for Dacia, and and it means that he is going to finish 4th overall by the looks of things. Here is Yazid Al-Rajhi, the 2025 Dakar champion. He had to retire in the 2026 edition due to injury, basically, that he and Timo Gottschalk had both been injured in a big accident last year. And once Al-Rajhi dropped far enough behind, he decided that it was better to be safe than sorry. And in this rally so far, he's about 12 minutes off the lead. Looks like it'll be a 6th place finish for Al-Rajhi. On this stage, he's running 8th fastest, but a short stage today. Some of the others have been over 300 kilometers. Al-Rajhi finished 7th on stage 4, 5th on stage 3, 8th on stage 2, and as a result, and 6th on stage 1. So he's been there or thereabouts, but it isn't the kind of terrain that Al-Rajhi is used to. The Saudi Arabian growing up in the desert and used to racing out there. That's why he's always performed well in the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge or at the Dakar. And he's now come across the line here. And it should be a in the end for Al-Rajhi a 6th place finish, it would have thought. We can hear from the Saudi Arabian now.
Ainda não temos aqui o tempo, ainda não saiu, ainda há pouco aquela confusão. Eu já vou explicar, vamos primeiro ouvir o Rajid. Isto tem a ver com o facto que faz 2:12. É para já neste pequeno setor o tempo maior. Yazid, how was it?
It's good, final one. We are happy we finished this race. It's a tricky one, but me and Timo do a great job and we are happy and enjoy. That's most important. Safe, not easy one, long weekend, but we are enjoying.
Thank you very much. O Yazid que ganhou o Rally Dakar o ano passado, não este ano, mas estava eu a explicar ainda há pouca confusão, porque o tempo que nos dão aqui no final é o tempo desta secção e não o tempo geral da etapa, ou seja, temos que juntar. Ele foi ainda há pouco, o Lucas Moraes foi segundo atrás do Nasser, o Nasser foi primeiro, mas apenas nesta secção, e por isso no final juntando ao tempo do que já tinham feito de manhã, e por isso abater então esse tempo por apenas 3 segundos, era essas contas. João Ferreira termina a etapa na 3ª posição.
So we are now watching Francisco Barreto, the Portuguese driver, out there in his Toyota Hilux. A reminder that the stage has been won by Lucas Moraes. 1 minute 3 seconds. 1 hour 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Just 3 seconds ahead of Nasser Al-Attiyah, 10 seconds ahead of João Ferreira, 26 seconds ahead of Sebastian Loeb. But in the overall, it is Sebastian Loeb who has won the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. A fantastic performance from him. So this, as I say, is Francisco Barreto, 28-year-old Portuguese. He finished a pretty impressive 6th last year in the Ultimates class in his one-off appearance in the Rally Raid Portugal. It was the only entry he made in the T1 Ultimates. He looks on for another reasonable finish here. 9th place coming into this final stage. 8th place coming into this final stage. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty strong performance again. His 2nd competition of the season, he entered the Saudi Baja in Hail, again along with his co-driver Paulo Fiutza, and they finished 3rd in the T1 Plus class in that competition. So a good run from Francisco Barreto.
2:16 neste setor. Francisco, como é que foi não só o dia, mas também o rally?
Foi um rally exigente, as condições meteorológicas assim o exigiram. Apanhamos muita chuva ao longo dos dias, mas o resultado acho que foi muito positivo. O primeiro dia, como tenho vindo a referir, tivemos problemas grandes, o que nos fez perder muito tempo. No segundo dia arrancámos em 42º e hoje acabamos o rally em 8º, portanto acho que foi uma grande recuperação, um grande trabalho. Agradecer aqui ao Paulo e a toda a equipa que fizeram um trabalho excepcional e uma grande prova que se fez.
Ia perguntar como é que foi concluir a primeira etapa, a primeira prova do Mundial de Rally Raid ao lado de um campeão do Dakar.
É gratificante, o Paulo fez um trabalho excepcional, estamos a falar dos melhores navegadores que nós temos a nível nacional e mesmo a nível mundial, portanto só tenho que agradecer ao Paulo por me acompanhar nestas corridas e espero contar com ele daqui para a frente.
Muito obrigado, Paulo, um abraço. Paulo Fiuza, o vencedor português do Dakar, juntamente com Francisco Barreto, a concluir então esta prova, foram os dois portugueses na classe Ultimate.
Here is Eric Gokchal, the 21-year-old Pole, who had his first Dakar in the Ultimates class, the T1 Plus class this year. Won some stages, finished 15th in the Dakar. He's had a few Ultimate appearances, including here in September, and then he finished 8th on the Rallye du Maroc. But at the moment, he is lying 7th, which should be enough to give him his best ever result in the W2RC. He's won championships before in the T3 class, but looks like this is going to slot him into 7th place, just behind Yazid Al-Rajhi. You can see there on the final classifications. Sebastian Loeb winning the rally ahead of Seth Quintero, with Joao Ferreira in 3rd, Lucas Moraes 4th, Guy Botterill 5th, Yazid Al-Rajhi in 6th, and then it should be this man, Eric Gokchal, coming through in 7th place, as long as he makes it to the end, which he's getting very, very close to now. And through he comes. Always got bags of energy, Eric Gokchal. And as I say, this 7th place will be his best result on an FIA World Rally Raid Championship event. And yeah, if you've not heard him interview before, I imagine he's going to be very, very, very happy with how his weekend's gone. Let's hear from him now.
Hi Eric. Hello. How was it?
Good. We break a drive shaft on the starting line. I pressed the gas, I heard "to," and then we go the whole stage without, but it was fun, a good experience.
And you finish it, it's the most important.
We finish it, now we have to see what's going on with the car and try to get it to the podium.
Thank you very much. Fez 2:22, é o tempo do piloto polaco, o mais novo dos Gokchal aqui presentes.
Well, a bit more drama than I expected there from Eric Gokchal. The drive shaft problem as soon as he left the line. This is Lucio Alvarez, the Argentinian. Alvarez at the moment looking like he'll pick up an 11th place finish. He and Bernardo Graue competing together internationally for the first time. Alvarez has done the Dakar before in 2022. He and Armand Monleon were together and finished 10th in the T1 Plus class. Monleon, who now, well, this year is co-driving for Akira Miura. We'll see him in a little bit later. He also did the Dakar earlier this year with Toby Price, and then before that was with Lucas Moraes for most of the last couple of years, so Monleon's moved around a little bit. But Lucio Alvarez then doing a good job. This is Marcus Baumgart, who looks like he should be set for a top 10 finish. And that all began well, actually for a good stage one for Marcus Baumgart. He finished in 10th place there on the opening stage, the Brazilian, and then has managed to keep that sort of performance going. Christian Baumgart got a top 10 on stage 3 and stage 4, but it could be a close one. Looks like it'll be Marcos who will come out on top. Also out there, we've got the 206. That is Marek Gokcho. As you can see, Eric Gokcho has dropped into 7th place ahead of Al-Rajhi and Barretto, but we're expecting the top 10 to be completed by Marcos Baumgart. Marek throwing the car around.
¿Cómo ha sido?
Muy bien, muy divertido, sí. Casi nos damos vuelta acá en el último especial.
Y ahora volver a casa porque la próxima carretera es la próxima es en tu casa.
Sí, la próxima en mi casa.
Gracias. Ficam então as palavras de Álvarez, o piloto argentino. O próximo é o outro, o mais velho dos Goxel, que só fala polaco.
So here comes Marek Gokcho. Little jump over the road.
Muito boa perninha.
Two-wheeling.
Foi divertido?
Foi muito bom, muito competitivo, prazeroso. Só o sol veio no último dia, podia ter vindo um pouquinho antes.
Foi preciso ir para Portugal para ter sol, não é?
É, mas é bom, chuva faz bem.
Obrigado, um abraço, Marcos Baumgart, um dos Baumgart, ainda não é o Marek Goxal, esse virá mais à frente, Sérgio.
So yeah, we should have Eric Gokcho in 7th, then Barretto in 8th, Marek Gokcho in 9th, and that man we just heard from a moment ago, Marcos Baumgart in 10th. Here's Laia Sanz in what has been a bit of a tricky weekend for her. The Ebro S800 driver who finished 18th on the Dakar. Still out there competing. 18th overall in this one. Ran into trouble, I think, on the opening day, did Laia Sanz. It's Gastaldi, another of the Brazilians. Marcelo Gastaldi didn't enter the Dakar this year, did so in 2025 in a Century CR7, and then before that in the Challenger class. This is Gastaldi's first real entry since the Dakar 2025, and he's in a Toyota Hilux now. He's alongside Carlos Sachs, who was his partner in the Challengers, but in the Dakar he was alongside Adrian Metch. Now here is Sarah Price and Sean Berryman. They are in the stock class, which is the class for basically production vehicles. Overall at the moment, it looks as though Stefan Petterhansel is going to take the win.
Laia, ¿cómo ha sido? ¿Cómo ha sido?
No oigo. Bien, estamos contentos de haber acabado. Nos ha pasado un poco de todo estos días, pero un rally muy bonito y espero poder volver porque ha sido...
Gracias. Ficam então as palavras de Laia Sanches, que conseguiu então terminar. Eu é que não consegui perceber como é que se abria a porta do carro dela.
Sarah Price then in the stock class, she lost over an hour on stage 3. So that's really where her challenge fell away. And as a result, it looks like it's going to be Stefan Petterhansel who will take the victory in the stock class, the leader of the 3 defenders, ahead of Rokas Bachuska and Sarah Price. You can see both 2 of the defenders out on the course at the same time.
Pena que a chuva fez um episódio à parte aí, mas valeu, foi ótimo, principalmente hoje, ontem, foi bem divertido.
Agora vai até a América do Sul, o Rally Ride, vocês vão estar na Argentina?
Agora eu vou correr mais perto de casa, né? Mais pertinho, não vou correr no vizinho.
Mas pronto, mas com uma rivalidadezinha, não é?
Sem dúvida.
Obrigado, Gastaldi. Um dos outros pilotos brasileiros aqui presentes, é uma verdadeira comitiva esta dos brasileiros que apostam muito no todo o terreno.
There are the defenders, all three of them in the T2 class coming through. There to 11 is Mathieu Serradori. He went out on stage 3 of overall contention. Serradori, who won a stage for the first time on the Dakar earlier this year.
Hi, Sarah.
Here's Sarah Price.
It was good. That was a lot trickier than I expected. It's pretty grippy out there, and for us to throw this beast around, it takes a lot of momentum, so, but it has the power, so that's what's good. But that was a lot of fun.
Thank you very much. Ficam então as declarações de Sarah Price, que é um dos 3 stock na categoria, todos eles Land Rover's Defender.
It looks as though it's going to be Rokas Bachuska who will win stage 5 in the stocks. He won stage 1 and looks like he'll win stage 5. Sarah Price won stage 2 and 4, with Stefan Petrancel winning stage 3. Back to Serradori. Tricky weekend for him. Is some 21 hours down, so fully out of contention, but he is still running. A few of those that aren't running include the M Sport Fords and Henk Latergen. None of them are running anymore after various mechanical problems. Latergen had an accident. We are now moving on towards seeing our challenger class come through. Now, the overall battle there looks to be going the way of Alexandra Pinto as Serradori completes his run. Looks like it will be Pinto to take the victory. He's got a 6-minute lead on the stage. It is Pinto leading that as well by 20 seconds, so he's having a very, very strong final run.
Hello. How was your CR7 in Portugal?
Okay, I don't understand. Okay. So happy for the Rally of the Portugal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ele que tem o Mathieu Serradori, ele que chegou a ganhar uma etapa no último Dakar aqui, então satisfeito de dizer que se divertiu muito em Portugal e a agradecer ao público português.
So here comes Pinto in the Old Friends Rally team, coming across the line, and that should be the victory now in the Challenger class for Alexandra Pinto. Great performance from him over the course of the weekend. Pinto didn't pick up any points. Dakar. But is getting off the mark now this season by the looks of things.
Alexandre, parabéns para a primeira participação na categoria, nada mal.
Obrigado, é verdade. Portanto, ainda há aqui um bocadinho com as emoções à volta. Portanto, foi uma semana muito positiva, tentei não pensar muito no que estava a acontecer. Portanto, encaixámos perfeitamente com o carro. Percebemos que estamos a ser bem rápidos com este tipo de carro, o que é muito interessante, e demos o nosso melhor, portanto, o que nos levou à vitória. Quero agradecer aqui a toda a equipa, ao Old Friends Rally Team, à BBR, a todos os envolvidos, a todos aos sponsors, a todos os patrocinadores e a toda a minha família, a todos os meus amigos, toda a gente está no apoio, portanto esta vitória é para todas essas pessoas.
Alexandre, deixa-me colocar-te esta questão, porque vocês ganharam aqui, o Pau Navarro nem sequer pontuou, portanto vocês estão na luta pelo título de campeão do mundo Challenger. É possível fazer depois de campeão do mundo do SSV, campeão do mundo Challenger?
Sim, sem dúvida que é possível, portanto o campeonato está em aberto e nós viemos mesmo para isso, portanto onde nós marcamos presença vai ser sempre para ganhar. E estamos a marcar presença neste momento no campeonato dos Challenger e vamos dar tudo por tudo para conseguir vencer.
Parabéns a ti e ao Bernardo, um abraço aos dois que acabaram então por vencer, tirando a primeira, e quem diria, eles que tiveram um primeiro dia tão complicado, acabaram por vencer todas as outras etapas, excepto a primeira, onde Ricardo Porém tomou logo a liderança. Achavam que estavam afastados, mas a verdade é que conseguiram mesmo e acabaram por ganhar sobre Charles Munster, que é o irmão mais novo do Gregoire. Charles, how was it?
It was a nice rally for us. Really happy with the result we have. After our difficult Dakar, the P2 is good to take. Portuguese guys here are really fast, but we enjoy a lot and we will try to come back next year.
You are on the track for the World Cup also, because second place here, it's a good place.
Yeah, it's a good place. We score a good point, and also on the stage we did a good time and we get a point every day. So quite happy for the result, and I think the team will be happy as well with the two cars on the podium with the G-Rally also at the back. So no, it's a really good week for us, and we enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you very much. E parabéns também para o Charles Munster, satisfeito, a agradecer também aos portugueses, ele que se divertiu muito depois de um mau Rally Dakar, agora está muito satisfeito e espera voltar.
So just to clarify some of that then, Alexander Pinto taking the win in the Challenger class. He is the reigning champion in the SSV class, has made the step up to Challengers this year, had a difficult Dakar, but has won the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal ahead of Charles Munster. He and Xavier Panseri finishing in second position in the Challenger class. Now we are seeing some of the SSVs start to come through as well, which is the lowest class. This is Montero and Moraes. They're running second at the moment, by the looks of things, behind Barbosa, who looks set to take victory in the SSVs.
Luís, como é que foi?
Uma etapa bastante difícil, não tínhamos muito transferes, tanto íamos a atacar como depois de repente apanhámos 5 transferes seguidos, mas foi divertido. Já estamos sempre aqui dos terrenos aqui de Algarvias, portanto acho que nos correu mais ou menos bem.
Obrigado. Ficam as declarações do Luís Cidade, que esteve em luta apenas pela vitória na etapa, porque na categoria SSV estava o seu companheiro de equipa, João Monteiro, teve problemas nos primeiros dias. Os Canam ganharam quase todas as etapas, mas quem vai ganhar em princípio no final será o Polaris de Miguel Barbosa.
So Luís Cidade, who we just heard from there, finishing down in 15th place, but in the SSVs, but he did win 2 stages. He won the opening stage and he won the stage yesterday. He's also in the hunt for the win today, but it looks like it'll be a second place finish.
Como é que foi?
Here's João Monteiro.
Foi uma etapa boa, foi a nossa primeira etapa limpa, sem problemas, com muita diversão. Felizmente hoje o tempo estava melhor, as serras algarvias são espetaculares. Hoje eu tinha partes tipo rally, em que me diverti imenso, o carro esteve incrível, muito contente.
Foi quase um rally perfeito, não fosse o primeiro dia, não é?
Sim, é verdade, o primeiro dia estraga-nos um bocadinho o rally, mas saímos contentes, são coisas que acontecem.
Obrigado, João Monteiro, então, ele que foi o melhor português no Dakar, na categoria, aqui a ficar em segundo lugar da categoria também SSV.
So we're now looking at Miguel Barbosa. Now he should be on course to take victory in the SSV class. He had a 2-minute and 10-second lead coming into these final few kilometres. So as a result, he should be able to see this one over the line in the 4:06 entry. Competing in a Polaris RZR Pro R, he and João Lutas. The 47-year-old Miguel Barbosa
Pedro, como é que correu?
Looking like he'll take victory.
Muito bem, espetacular este final, adorei, portanto terminamos em grande.
Terminaram em grande numa semana complicada logo no início, mas acabaram por
Pois,
fechar em
tivemos
bom.
uns problemas nos primeiros 2 dias, grandes problemas, mas não desanimamos e demos tudo agora nas últimas 3 etapas e pronto, e o resultado apareceu.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e parabéns, salvo erro Sérgio, o Pedro acaba no pódio dos Challenger na 3ª posição.
So here comes Miguel Barbosa across the line then. He has competed in the Dakar before, but all the way back in 2010, when it was the Argentina-Chile edition of the Dakar. Now it looks as though he is going to have won the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Retired from this event last year and the year before, in fact. So his first finish here and a win for Miguel.
Como é que foi?
Dia incrível, alguns problemas à mistura, tivemos problemas à saída da especial, estamos sem direção assistida, enfim, um calvário, mas estamos cá.
E em princípio a vitória na categoria?
Sim, a vitória está garantida, tínhamos uma boa margem para gerir hoje, foi uma grande prova, parabéns ao ACP, organização incrível, troços incríveis, parabéns a toda a equipa também da JB Racing que fez um trabalho fantástico para nos dar este carro. Parabéns ao Joel, muito satisfeito com este resultado aqui.
Muito obrigado, parabéns Miguel, parabéns ao Joel. Os portugueses aqui a ganhar mais uma categoria dos SSV com este Polaris.
So the win in SSV. Here is one of the other stock cars as well. One of the third of the defenders to come through. We heard from Sarah Price, didn't we? Who is the stock that hasn't made it? It's Stefan Petrohansel that we're seeing out there.
Um rally muito difícil, tivemos acidente logo na primeira etapa, perdemos 30 minutos e desde aí que não conseguimos fazer uma etapa limpa, tivemos sempre com problemas de motor. Foi este 3º lugar na prova e no Mundial acaba por ser um presente à nossa resiliência, porque é extremamente difícil conduzir nestas condições.
Vocês vão até a Argentina?
Sim.
Vão fazer o campeonato, lutar pelo campeonato?
Vamos tentar, penso que agora devemos estar em 3º, 2º, por aí, portanto o objetivo é tentar lutar.
Bem, parabéns e obrigado, era essa luta. Ainda há pouco eu pedi a ajuda ao Sérgio, porque não tenho aqui o tempo geral, o tempo final, mas estava muito apertado entre o Rui Carneiro e o Pedro Magalhães.
So that was Rui Carneiro we heard from. This, as I said, is Stefan Petrohansel, who is going to take victory in the stock class. You can see the stadium that we're in front of. Estadio Algarve, built for Euro 2004. We're sort of in between Lule and Faro here.
¿Cómo ha sido?
Bueno, muy lindo venir a Portugal la primera vez acá. Disfrutamos mucho el rally, nos vamos con buenos puntos para el campeonato del mundo, así que muy contentos.
Ahora salimos de Portugal para Argentina, para tu casa, ¿cómo va a ser?
Creo que vamos a estar más cómodos con el terreno en casa que aquí en Portugal y los esperamos todos los portugueses en Argentina. Gracias.
Este piloto argentino que corre numa equipa portuguesa, como se sabe, a Canam oficial, que é então da South Racing, e por isso agora sai da casa da sua equipa e vai para a casa própria, onde depois de um rally Dakar muito interessante, ele pode ser que consiga somar mais uns pontos interessantes. Vem já Stefan Petrohansel, que venceu o categoria Stock. Vamos tentar ouvir o senhor Dakar. Aqui só um momento de pausa para ele tirar os óculos. Stefan, how was it?
The day was nice. This one is a little bit short, but the long stage this morning was really interesting, and the whole race was really well organized.
Winning in Portugal, it was important.
Yeah, it's really cool to win in Portugal in the stock category. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan Petrohansel, então a ganhar aqui esta corrida muito particular dos Stock Cars, e já vem mais um português, o Ruben Gonçalves, que vem com o Rui Paulo. Vamos já ouvir o Ruben. Vamos já ouvir o Ruben. Ruben, como é que foi?
Ficou bem, é uma prova muito divertida. Acabamos aqui nas terras portuguesas. O ano passamos por Espanha, foi 5 dias duros, com muita chuva e lama, mas foi muito positivo.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. Ruben Rodrigues, mais um português a terminar.
So we saw a bit of drama there, didn't we? One car losing a wheel out there. So not quite sure who that was. I think it could have been Van den Brink, you know. Could have been Mitchell van den Brink or Puck Klassen. Which one of those is it? It's difficult to see from the drone shot. There goes the left rear wheel. Immediately the driver pulls off the circuit. I think it's Van den Brink, but we'll get confirmation of that to you. So we've still got plenty of cars to come through. So a reminder then, in the ultimates, Sebastian Loeb has taken victory. And just a little bit of an update. You remember earlier on, if you were on the live stream, Bruno Santosh, he was given a 2-minute penalty for speeding. So that means he doesn't win the stage. Mikhail Simao has won a W2RC special for the first time, but Santosh still takes the victory in the Rally 2 class by just over a minute from Martin Ventura. But a reminder that Sebastian Loeb has won in the Ultimates class. In the stock class, Stefan Petroncel has come out on top. In the Challengers, Alexandra Pinto has taken the victory there, ahead of Charles Munster and Pedro Gonçalves. And Rui Carneiro, I should say, finished in 3rd place in the Challenger class. And in the SSVs, it looks as though the win has gone the way of Miguel Barbosa, ahead of João Monteiro. And there's a look at the abandoned car by the side of the road. Got a few ultimates coming towards the back of this field. Cars that have run into trouble a little earlier on, and this is one of the Fords coming through. Not the factory Fords. But I think that is the 231 entry of Kees Koelen.
It was fun. I mean, this last little 2Ks was nice for some adrenaline. I really enjoyed it, yeah.
And the rally?
The rally, it was a bit tricky. I mean, stage 1, we struggled a bit. And every day I try to build the confidence. I'm not used to this type of terrain and track, so it was super technical, but I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Puck Klassen, que vem cá muitas vezes a Portugal, muito simpática esta piloto neerlandesa, a ficar então satisfeita com o rally que conseguiu, e a dizer que esta última parte a ser muito agradável. Já o rally em si foi muito tricky, foi a expressão utilizada.
So Puck Klassen getting to the finish line means it must have been Mitchell van den Brink who's lost the tyre right at the end, because I don't believe, Van den Brink hasn't made it to the finish line, but those that started in and around him have done. So a bit of a disaster for Van den Brink right at the end. What's that going to do to his position in the Challengers? Van den Brink was in 8th place. Well, he's got a good 15 minutes over Paul Spearing, so he would hope that he could get back on his way within that 15 minutes, reattach the tyre, get going, and hold on to the 8th place finish. Through comes Kees Koelen and Uta Ruska, 2 Dutch entries competing in the Masters category of the World Rally Raid Championship. Marek Gopchal, who won the Masters category at the Dakar, Hernan Garces, Miroslav Zapetal and Kees Koelen, the 4 Masters entries in the W2RC. mixture now of cars coming through, whether they be the Ultimates or the SSVs or the Challengers. Bruno coming through in the SSVs. We've got Rodriguez to come through. We'll see Akira Miura shortly in the Toyota Gazoo WRT. In fact, as I speak, there he is. He and Armand Monleon competing in the Ultimates class. Miura has won plenty of times recently in the trucks, in the stock class.
Fez corridão mais uma vez em Portugal, é grande orgulho. Temos uma prova de campeonato do mundo em Portugal e desta forma, parabéns.
Obrigado e felicidades quanto ao Bruno Oliveira, que terminou este rally, mais um piloto português.
Mitchell van den Brink. So van den Brink's got going again. Oh, he hasn't actually reattached the tyre, has he? Look, it has no tyre on the rear left. And obviously the crew thinking, right, if we can't get this tyre back on, there's not even tyre, it's the whole wheel, isn't it?
Correu bem, chegamos ao fim, era o objetivo. Foi divertido, mas foi pouco duro por causa aí da chuva e das lamas, mas está concluída.
Uma semana divertida.
Foi divertida, mas como eu disse, foi bocadinho duro, mas foi divertida.
Muito obrigado. Ficam então as palavras de Paulo Rodrigues, que termina também ele este Dakar, este Rally Ride, aliás.
So Van den Brink very much limping back to the finish line. It should be enough to keep his 8th place. I would have thought. He hasn't been stopped that long, has he? Now this is Christian Baumgart. Baumgart, who has had a couple of top 10 finishes so far in this rally, but ultimately it's Marcos Baumgart who's going to be coming out on top. Christian and Marcos, Brazilian brothers. Christian 51 and Marcos 48, so Christian the older of the two. Didn't compete in the Dakar this year, but did compete in Rally Sweden. WRC2 class a little earlier this year when the World Rally Championship was in Sweden, and there is Van den Brink, so he has managed to make it back. Let's see when the timing comes in if he's able to hold on to is it that 8th place in the Challenger class?
What an effort with only 3 wheels.
Yeah, it was a tough rally. We had a lot of problems, and then in the last kilometer our wheel just broke off. So I don't know where it came from. We didn't hit anything, but I think just a question of bad luck.
Thank you very much. Ficam então as declarações e ainda vamos ouvir rapidamente o Filipe Lopes, que também termina aqui. Filipe, pelo menos terminaram melhor do que aquele que só tinha 3 rodas. Como é que foi o rally?
Chegámos ao fim, era o objetivo cumprido. Não começámos da melhor maneira, mas acabámos de uma boa forma. Portanto, bom ano, a mais.
Muito obrigado, Filipe. E o Gonçalo Reis, o homem do Dakar, que fez dupla com o Hélder Rodrigues no último Dakar, aqui a terminar então este rally juntamente com o Filipe Lopes.
So, there goes a bit of advertising hoarding. As we have a few more cars still to come. The time has just come in for Van den Brink. Looks like, he should be able to hold on to that 8th place finish fairly comfortably. difficult, well, rally for Van den Brink. Despite, I think he did quite well on stage 1. Yeah, he won stage 1, did Van den Brink. Lost 10 minutes on stage 2 from Grandola to Badajoz. And it was stage 3 where things really started to go a bit pear-shaped, lost 50 minutes, and from then on was really out of the running. So Christian Baumgart we've already had come through. Branco is coming through now. The Palanca Motorsport entry in the Challenger class. Also got 316 G Rally team entry of Al-Rajhi, the Hungarian, along with Ola Flöner from Norway, 46-year-old Hungarian, who won the Hungarian cross-country championship in 2017. Long-time co-driver Zoltán Toth not here this weekend, which is why it's Ola Flöner Rajhi is competing with. Ola himself competed in the Dakar a little earlier this year with Johan Kristoffersen, the World Rally Cross champion who made the switch to Rally Raid. It's confirmation of the stage 5 results, the Lule Loop. Lucas Moraes taking the victory in the cars, 3 seconds ahead of Nasser Al-Attiyah, 10 seconds ahead of João Ferreira. A really, really tight final stage. Sebastian Loeb finishing in 4th, but that was enough for him to clinch the overall victory in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. This is, I think, Hernan Garces now. Yes, it is, in the Overdrive Racing machine, sponsored by Garces Fruit. Garces, who's got stuck on a rock on the opening day in the Dakar. Struggled to find the time back since then, but he is part of the Masters competition for the World Rally Raid season. Even if it hasn't gone quite according to plan today, or this weekend, I should say, for Garces. 18th overall, just under 7 minutes down from Moraes on the stage. Sorry, so on the stage he was just over 7 minutes down from Moraes, but overall for Garces he's about 3 hours adrift. Chilean alongside Juan Pablo Latrac. All of the rally raids last year as part of the W2RC in the ultimate class, but it was his Dakar debut. Well, yeah, it was pretty much, it was his Dakar debut in the T1 class in Saudi Arabia. He had competed before back in 2015 when it went from Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. He alongside Leon Alvaro. Interestingly enough, he has done some co-driving with Jorge Latrac. He's mostly been with Juan Pablo Latrac, the 36-year-old son of Jorge, for the last few years. So, we've just got the last few cars to come through on this stage, but before they're all through, we're going to be heading towards the podium presentations, where we will see the victors receive their garlands and their medals. This is the Daklepak Rally Sport entry of Steven Rostart in the Redline Revo. Doesn't sound very healthy, does it? But looks like they're going to get it to the end. So, a few more cars to come through here, but we are going to switch over to the podium presentation. We'll be back in a few moments with the presentation and the ceremony here on the live stream of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal of 2026. So here is the podium ceremony for the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. There is João Ferreira receiving the applause on the right-hand side. The ultimate class. And Ferreira finishing in third place on the podium once again at the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Ferreira alongside Felipe Palmeiro, who you can see on the left-hand side. Ferreira having an interview for the crowd. As I say, last year he finished 20th overall. Back in 2024, it was a really strong performance, finishing second overall on that day. So not a personal best for Ferreira. Third place, nevertheless, a very strong finish. The 27-year-old Portuguese. Really good effort, and it helps him, of course, in the overall standings as well. After a challenging time, actually, at the Dakar for Ferreira, finishing in 16th, not quite what he would have wanted. But here is the Dacia Sandrider 219 of Edouard Boulanger and Sébastien Loeb. Loeb, the winner of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal. As we said earlier, 2 victories for him in Portugal in the World Rally Championship in 2007 and 2009. But it is victory in Rally Raid for him here. A third victory in the World Rally Raid Championship for Sébastien Loeb. Took victory in Andalusia in 2022 and Morocco at the end of 2025. In fact, this is the first time Sébastien Loeb has won a round of the World Rally Raid Championship that isn't the final round of the season.
Celebração para a dupla que consegue então a vitória em Portugal. Salva de palmas para Sébastien Loeb e Eduardo Boulanger, vencedores da BP Rally Portugal 2026.
So victory for Loeb and Boulanger. It's a big jump down, isn't it, from the top of those sand riders?
We were racing on W2RC tracks at the end of the race. It was somehow a get back in the past for you, but I believe that the major thing is to win in Portugal again.
It's nice to win here. Not a favorite today. We were going through some stages like that. I lost in the past. So it was two stages like this, and overall it's an interesting rally because it's more like driving W2RC. It's like pushing and very different from the desert ride. I just enjoyed this, so I had a lot of fun this year, this week, and even if the conditions were difficult, so it was not easy to stay on the road for all the stages, but the feeling with the car was really good, and we had a fun week, so we won the rally. It's a good step for the championship also, so everyone was perfect for this week.
Thank you. Congratulations, Sebastian Loeb, vencedor então para aqui recordar então passagens quando era piloto no campeonato mundial de rallies, o W2RC.
So Sebastian Loeb and Edouard Boulanger, the winners of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal of 2026, posing for photos at the front of the car. It's good news for Loeb in the championship because he was trailing Nasser al-Attiyah after the Qatari won at the Dakar. Al-Attiyah won't have picked up a huge amount of points here. We'll wait for the official rankings, but it will be those two who are quite clear at the top because third and fourth in the championship were Matthias Ekstrom and Nani Roma, but neither of them scoring points this weekend. Al-Attiyah not scoring very big either. So it will be Loeb and Al-Attiyah who are right together up at the top of the championship, heading into the next race, the Desafio Ruta 40. Sebastian Loeb makes his way off the podium. Next up, it's Guy Botterill and Oriol Mena. Botterill picking up a 5th place finish. Sixth on the stage, 5th overall. He has pace at times, Botterill, doesn't he? He and Oriol Mena. These two have been driving together since about halfway through last season. First 2 Dakars, well, his first Dakar in 2024, Guy Botterill did it with Brett Cummings, after Cummings was meant to be doing it with Henk Laartgen, but Laartgen got injured. And then in 2025, it was Dennis Murphy who was Guy Botterill's co-driver. And in 2026, it was Oriol Mena. And here now is Seth Quintero, 2nd place finisher in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal 2026. His best ever result in an FIA W2RC round. In the ultimate class, that is, obviously. Won many times in the junior classes, but it is victory for Quintero. Sorry, it's 2nd place for Quintero, his best ever finish for he and Andrew Short.
The other big truck is we have to. Oh, look at that guy. Let's do it. Look forward to
Thank you.
All of the Toyota Gazoo racing team making their way up onto the podium. Celebrate with Quintero for his best ever result in the W2RC in the Ultimates class.
Fez carreira também no motocross, na prova do Seth Quintero, que se estreou há poucos dias. Também numa prova do Rally, novamente ao volante do Toyota, em território norte-americano. Seth, congratulations for the second place, for sure.
Seth Quintero.
In Spanish stages, but you took something from the last race with the W2RC car.
No, for sure. First off, I love Portugal. Thank you guys for having us. I always love coming here, but definitely a difficult rally. It's not easy to take it easy. It's a big trust, especially when I'm coming from a low car. So, no, I really enjoyed it. I wish it was a Lions was a little bit better to stay for the day, but the team actually made a good job. And Andrew as well made a good job. So, everything worked out. Just wish it was a little bit better, but back next year.
Thank you, Seth. Congratulations, Seth Quintero, pelo programa com a experiência que sempre tem adquirida ao volante de carro de rally dos Estados Unidos. Não é fácil colocar estes monstros de
So second place for Seth Quintero. Ian Andrew Short. Revving that Toyota Gazoo Hilux. For all it's worth, really, on their way off the podium. Again, great to see the crowd that have gathered down there. Tough day, though, for Nasser Al-Attiyah, the winner of the Dakar a few months ago. He did take a stage win on stage 1. Overall, it is going to be a 19th place finish for Nasser Al-Attiyah after his troubles on stage 3. He's still happy. Fabien Lercan there, his co-driver. Lercan, many years with Sebastian Loeb, unable to win the Dakar, but alongside Al-Attiyah, managed to take victory a few months ago. And Al-Attiyah still very much in contention for the World Rally Raid Championship, which he lost right at the end of last season to Lucas Moraes. Now I think we can hear from the Qatari.
Nasser, hello once again. Always a pleasure to have you here for the first time in this beautiful site, but it was not one of the best races for you, but again, a good result for Asia, and for sure, one thing about the next race.
For me, the best moment, to see everybody here, this is a really amazing place. I know this place a long time from the WRC, yeah, this is a really nice location. Okay, the result was not really good for us, but we know we have a technical problem in 3, but well done for Sam. That's win this race because it's very important for the manufacturer, world champion, and I am sure I will do my best, to win this championship in the next 3 races. We are so happy to be here and see you soon.
Congratulations, see you soon, Nasser. Salva palmas para Nasser Al-Attiyah, verdadeiro embaixador também de Portugal, pouco por todo o mundo. Ele que gosta bastante de
So Nasser Al-Attiyah winning the opening stage, which will give him some points in the W2RC standings. Head to the world. They're not updated yet because they still have some cars coming across the line in the Challengers and the SSVs, but you can head to the World Rally Raid Championship.com to find the standings a little bit later on this evening when they're published. And now here is Lucas Moraes, the Brazilian, alongside Denis Zentz. Moraes finishing the rally in 4th place and winning the final stage, which therefore means it's his first stage victory for the Dacia team.
Lucas Moraes então vai terminar mais uma participação, a segunda com a Dacia, campeão do mundo e triplo piloto brasileiro.
So a great drive today for Moraes. Now a few words from the reigning World Rally Raid champion.
E a equipe foi muito boa, o Sérgio ganhou, a gente fez uma vitória com uma massa bacana, agora está daqui. Agradecer a Dacia por uma equipe que foi muito fantástica. E a gente viu os vitórias originais hoje, especialmente na Margarita da vitória, quando o Jamil fez o canal, primeiro com 40 segundos. Então, valeu demais, sabe, com a cabeça de vida e com uma gente boa.
So Lucas Moraes winning stage 5 of the BP Ultimate Rally Raid Portugal. And leaving him in 4th place overall at the end of the rally. Less than a minute ahead of Guy Botterill, and only a minute, and less than a minute behind João Ferreira, actually, so it was very close. The top 5 covered by less than 6 minutes. At the end of 5 days of action. Applause for Moraes. Here comes Yazid Al-Rajhi. 6th place overall for Al-Rajhi. No stage wins, not the kind of terrain he's used to. Very, very fast in the desert, Al-Rajhi, but I think did a solid job this weekend to pick up a 6th spot, less than 12 minutes down on Sebastian Loeb. That's Timo Gottschalk on the left-hand side.
Como é que está o João Marcos?
The Overdrive Racing team joining Al-Rajhi on the podium. Now we can hear from Al-Rajhi, the 2025 Dakar champion. No, we're getting straight in his car and heading back off. So Al-Rajhi heading off the podium. Well, those are our big front runners that we've seen: Sebastian Loeb, Seth Quintero, João Ferreira, Lucas Moraes, Guy Botterill, Yazid Al-Rajhi. noise from Francisco Barreto, Portuguese, who has entered this rally a few times over the last few years, always performed well, and it's another top 10 finish for Barreto, finishing in 8th spot for the SVR team. Great performance from Barreto and Fusa, and rightly so, the whole team heading up there.
Caminhões da Dakar 2026 e a festa faz agora com a equipa então de Francisco Barreto e Paulo Fusa no palanque de chegada aqui.
Barreto finishing 31 minutes and 29 seconds back from Sebastian Loeb. See the defenders coming down there in the background. Big revs from Barreto. Flags flying down there too. Here comes Eric Gokcho in the Energylandia Toyota Hilux.
Sétimos classificados da geral. A equipa polaca.
Going to be a 7th place finish overall for Eric Gokcho. Polish flag. He and Gospodarczyk. Simon Gospodarczyk, his co-driver. Gokcho makes his way off the podium. Making a lot of noise as he does. It's followed up by another SVR entry of Lucio Alvarez and Bernardo Grauer. Alvarez was close to getting into the top 10. Just about 40 seconds adrift. The Argentinian would have been inside those top 10 positions, but he and Grauer nevertheless finishing in 11th spot. Good performance from the SVR crew. Still plenty more cars to come. We've got the ultimates to finish off. You can see some of the stock cars, the defenders coming in at the back. We've got Christian Baumgart arriving now. Sorry, Marcos Baumgart, I should say, who did manage to finish in the top 10 this weekend. Really impressive performance from Marcos Baumgart. Finish for Baumgart and Kinsea. Kleber Kinsea, the co-driver. And a strong finish for them. The Energylandia machine of Marek Gokchol is next up, along with Masic Marton. Marek, another top 10 finisher in 9th place on the rally this weekend. And the whole Energylandia team making their way up onto the podium to celebrate the top 10 finish for Marek Gokchol and the win in the Masters category in this round of the W2RC. Next up, here comes Laya Sanz.
Equipa com o número 205-14, estrelas nas 4 rodas em Portugal. Pedro Al-Rajhi Motorsport, Laya Sanz,
Laya Sanz and her co-driver, the Italian Maurizio Gerini, heading onto the podium now. Gerini has been with Sanz pretty much the whole time that Laya Sanz has been competing in the cars category of Rally Raid after she completed the Dakar on a bike. Well, completed many times on a bike before switching to cars in 2022.
determinada também a sua participação aqui no Portugal com a XF, marca espanhola também a marcar presença nesta segunda prova do W2RC.
So Sanz, who lost a big chunk of time earlier on in the week, still coming through to complete. Most years she's only competed in the Dakar, Laya Sanz. Did the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge in 2024, but in a challenger. Now this year in the Ebro S800 XRR. Good to see her doing the full World Rally Raid campaign. This is Marcelo Gastaldi, the Brazilian. For SVR, finished in 20th position after a few tricky days. He and Carlos Sachs.
Oi, minha filha. Oi, estamos aqui na rampa. Valeu.
Good job to get to the end.
Tá no vídeo.
E tivemos já de seguida a receber a primeira equipa Stock aqui na consagração final.
Off goes Gastaldi after his 20th place finish in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Up comes Sarah Price. 2 stage wins for her over the course of the weekend, but lost a big chunk of time on stage 3 with electrical problems, so that's why she wasn't in contention for the victory in the Defender. Got a couple of class wins for her and Sean Berryman. And the Stars and Stripes going up onto the car. And Sarah trying to encourage the whole team to make their way up onto the podium. There's quite a lot of them. Big team that Defender have built for their assault on the Dakar, which they managed to win. The first time of asking in the stock class. Stefan Peter-Ansel taking the victory in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal in that stock class. But look, everyone's coming now. I wonder if they're all coming up again when Peter-Ansel comes through. Victory for Defender, a 1-2-3 in the stock class. Sarah Price finishing in 3rd in the end. She's getting all the content, isn't she? Knows what she's doing on that front. Competing in both cars and powerboats, Sarah Price. She went straight from Dakar to compete in a powerboat racing series called E1, electric powerboats, which has its next round coming up in Italy in a few weeks' time. Before the Argentinian round of the World Rally Raid Championship. So jumping in between Defenders and electric powerboats. Sarah Price. Her and Sean Berryman making their way off the podium after another encouraging performance from her. Next up looks to be Rokas Baciuska. Him and Oriol Vidal finishing 2nd in this event. Baciuska, the Lithuanian, took a couple of stage wins. Cheers for Baciuska. he wants everyone to come up onto the stage as well. Baciuszka finishing in second place. After winning the Dakar in January, did Baciuszka. Sarah Price finished in second, and Stefan Petr-Ansel finished in fourth on that occasion, so they didn't manage a 1-2-3 lockout of the Dakar. It was a 1-2 with Baciuszka and Price. The defender team delighted. With another victory.
Equipa segunda classificada, Stock, então a celebrar também no comando de chegada.
Baciuszka making his way off the podium. The winner of the PP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Oh, sorry, second place in the PP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. The victory going the way of Stefan Petr-Ansel. Mathieu Soredori and Loic Menaudier had a tough time. They also fell out of the running on stage 3, but made it to the end nevertheless. The stock championship standings, by the way, have been updated, so it is Rokas Baciuszka who leads the stock class on 153 points. Sarah Price is second on 127, and Stefan Petr-Ansel with that win is third on 118. So it is Rokas Baciuszka who has the advantage at the top of the World Rally Raid Championship. Menaudier. Result he would have wanted this weekend in the Ultimates, but as I say, getting to the end nevertheless. Finishing technically 22nd. So now here comes Alexandra Pinto, the winner in the Challenger class. Ian Fernando Oliveira for the Old Friends Rally team, coming out on top.
Eles estão a cumprir a sua primeira prova nesta categoria, depois de estar integrados no pelotão do SSD.
Good performance from Pinto and Oliveira over the course of the 4 or 5 days. And the Portuguese flag as well, winning their home event, taking victory on stage 2, 3 and 5. They are going to receive the champagne as well, and all of the Old Friends Rally team making their way up onto the podium. Fantastic to see. Congratulations to Pinto and Oliveira. Pinto and Oliveira will move them right into contention. The overall championship. We can hear from Pinto now.
Parabéns, Luciano, parabéns, Bruno, grande corrida. Vamos esperar pelas próximas rondas do W2RC com as cores do All-Friends Rally Team certamente em destaque. Os que se espalharam na categoria Challenger com esta
So Alexander Pinto making his way off the podium, taking the victory in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal by a little over 6 minutes from Charles Munster and Xavier Panseri. Here are the aforementioned drivers, the man from Luxembourg and the man from France. Munster won stage 4 yesterday. Seri encouraging everybody to head up onto the stage.
Eles fazem parte da Rally Team Eco, equipa 308, Charles Munster e Xavier Panseri.
Panseri, who in 2024 was the co-driver in the Dakar for Guillaume de Mévius, and here actually at the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal, so plenty of experience. Panseri, before that it was him and Fernando Alvarez who did a lot of racing together. Actually was a co-driver for Danny Sordo as well back in the day. Second place in the Challenger class for them. Motter and Carneiro finishing in third place. Oh no, sorry, this is, apologies, this is Cidade. In the SSVs, and Luis winning stages 1 and 4 in the SSVs. Coming out second, failing to win overall, but Bosa taking the victory. Cidade losing a lot of time, so finishing down in 14th overall, but 2 stage victories nevertheless for him. Montero and Moraes. Second place finish for them in SSV. The Portuguese pairing. João Monteiro, 33 years of age, finished second in class, finished fourth in class in the Dakar at the start of the year, after finishing 7th in 2025, to making the step up from challenger in 2024. Second place here for João Monteiro. Pedro Gonçalves and Hugo Magalhães for BBR Motorsport. 5th place for them, for the Rio Seco racing team. Again in the SSVs. From them, finishing 43 minutes and 25 seconds down on Miguel Barbosa, winner of the SSV class. And speaking of which, here are the winners. The BP Ultimate Adventure team of Miguel Barbosa and João Lutas. Winners of the SSV class by just over 2 minutes from João Monteiro. Champagne and laurels for them. And again, the whole team being encouraged to come up onto the podium.
Esta primeira decisão também no final da competição que enfrentaram ao longo de todos os 5 dias de prova.
Victory for Miguel Barbosa and João Lutas. Let's hear from Miguel now. So victory in the SSVs for Miguel Barbosa. Podium ceremony taking place at Vilamora Marina. As Rui Carneiro and Fausto Mota make their way onto the podium now for RC Motorsports. Third place for them in the Challenger class. Rui Carneiro entering this car as a privateer. The G-Rally team G-Eco, 34-year-old, did enter the Dakar and finished in 18th place in the Challengers. Retired from a lot of races last year. Retired from the Dakar, from the Spanish Baja, from 2 Spanish Bajas, and in Morocco as well. Ola Flerner was his co-driver, who we were speaking about earlier on, who is now partnering Paul Lonjai. Gonzalo Rinaldi, the co-driver here. Alongside Gonzalez Ferrioli. The 2 Italians who finished 3rd in SSV for the Can-Am factory team LATAM. Worth pointing out actually that João Monteiro, we were talking about Miguel Barbosa, who we just saw winning SSVs, but João Monteiro is the winner of those that are entering the full W2RC season. So it will be João Monteiro who's given the win in the class. Here comes Stefan Peterancel and Mikael Mech. The winners in the stock class for the Defender team.
Celebração também para a dupla francesa, o homem com mais vitórias em etapas tem no Dakar, um total de 51 vitórias. Desembarcou então com os adversários na utilização a ser dos dias.
And guess who's coming back? It's the Defender team. And this time they're going to spray the champagne with Peterancel.
Também para celebrar esta segunda vitória com o Defender. Depois de Roca Machisca ter vencido o Dakar, agora foi Stefan Peterancel a vencer em Portugal.
The whole team getting up onto the stage to celebrate with Stefan Peterancel, the 60-year-old. Such an experienced driver, now competing in the World Rally Raid Championship. Entered for Audi over the last few years, then had a year away, and that year away was enough for him to come back. He's won the Dakar Rally 14 times, Peterancel. Both on bikes and in cars. So a 1-2-3 for Defender. Another superb victory for them. They'll be hoping to have many more this year in Argentina. Morocco, and at the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge.
E vamos agora aqui dar as palavras ao Stefan Pedransel.
There's Pedransel waving to the defender cameraman. And he will now make as well. Actually, let's hear from Pedransel first of all.
All the experience, all the speed still there with this beautiful. Special stage. This morning, the reminding of something 20 years ago. When I started the stage, it looked like the stage of Dakar, 20 years ago. On board this similar for my remember.
So Stefan Pedransel takes the victory. And something he said there is something that a lot of the drivers have said, and the riders, how well organised this BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal has been over the last few years. But they're just getting better and better with the organisation. It's very, very slick. And when a man who's been competing in the Dakar for 37 years now, 38 years now, says it's very well organised, you certainly know it's very well organised. So Pedransel makes his way off the podium. The winner of the stock class at the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal 2026. It is Defender. Defender 123. Now this is Ruben Jorge Rodriguez. The 407 entry. He and Rui Paulo competing together. Been competing in Portugal their whole career. It's a 9th place finish for them today, for the Rio Seco racing team. Entered this event last year and finished 3rd in the SSV class, so finishing a little further back this season. They do a lot of competition, about 10 or so events per year. Their Can-Am Maverick R. Here is Andrea Del Dossi and Jérémy Tricot, the French pairing. 4th place finish for them. First international event for these two. Well to come back in 4th place. Klaassen, the South African. Stage winner in the Dakar earlier this year. And a 7th place finish overall in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal 2026 for Puck. Now, we have had the championship results come through for the FIA class for the Ultimates, and it means that victory today moves Sebastian Loeb into the lead of the World Rally Raid Championship. Loeb is now 7 points clear of Nasser Al-Attiyah. Loeb on 87, Al-Attiyah on 80, and then there's a 19-point gap back to Seth Quintero, who's now up into 3rd place. Ekstrom 4th, Moraes 5th, Joao Ferreira in 6th, so it's very much Loeb versus Al-Attiyah for the victory as we thought, but Loeb has managed to overtake Nasser Al-Attiyah and be 7 points ahead now. Here's Paul Spearings, 9th place for the Dutchman here. Not what he would have been looking for. Problems early on, what cost him time. So Spearings will make his way off the podium. Now the 231 RD Limited machine of Kees Koelen and Wouter Ruska. We heard them somewhat sort of limping towards the end. It didn't sound like the car was necessarily firing on all cylinders. It's a finish nevertheless for Kees Koelen. th place in their RD Limited Ford Raptor. And that's in the Ultimates class. Off goes Kees Koelens. Bruno Oliveira next up. Tenth place finish for Oliveira. And Jose Sá Pires. 53-year-old Oliveira, who has been racing for a while now, started doing Bajas back in 2007. Mainly in Porto Alegre. Now come through to finish 10th here this weekend in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal. Jorge Rodriguez and João Miranda next up for the Rio Seco team. A 5th place finish for them in the 409 SSV entry. Next up, the Toyota Hilux. Kira Miura, Japanese driver, victorious in the stock class many times over the last few years in the Dakar, including 2024 and 2025. Now at the wheel of a T1 Plus entry, and alongside Armand Monleon, formerly the co-driver of Lucas Moraes. Japanese and the Spaniard competing in the full W2RC season. And up come the Toyota Gazoo Racing entry and the team. Big team, of course, for Toyota. Fielding cars, well, they and Overdrive Racing fielding cars for Al-Rajhi, Lateren, Quintero, Saud Variawa. Variawa was out on the first stage, by the way. That's why we haven't really mentioned him much over the course of the weekend. Akira Miura, Hernan Garces, Guy Botterill, Joao Ferreira. I think that's all, but there's still plenty of cars for them to be taking care of. Next up, another Rio Seco Racing team entry. This is Felipe Lopes and Gonçalo Reis, who finished in 15th place in the end, losing a lot of time at a couple of points. Finished 10th on that final stage itself. Ninth on stage 4. So they certainly had the pace to be contenders. 10th on stage 3. I think it was stage 2 where it all went wrong for Lopes. Well, no, they lost 16 hours actually on the first day on stage 1. And then didn't get to the end of stage 2, so were therefore given a 17-hour penalty. So that's where it all went awry in the opening couple of stages. Here's Christian Baumgart and Luis Eckel. Baumgart. 46 entry of Baumgart, finishing in 10th place. So a very good performance from them. Into the buggies. Palanica Motorsport entry. For Franco and Serodio. Finishing in 7th place in the Challenger class. Another entry from the G Rally team. This is Ola Flona, who I was talking about a little earlier on the left-hand side, partnering Al-Rajhi, the Hungarian. As they finish 8th in the Challenger class. Next up, onto the podium. The Lithuanian, Benavidez. And the whole Lithuanian team getting up there for the Izoton Sports Squad. Benavidez Sidabras making it to the end. And Joskas Anestas for in the Can-Am Maverick R. Ended up finishing in 10th place, and they are competing in the full W2RC season. Last year was really the first time that Sidabras started competing, the 46-year-old. A few rallies in Poland, did the Baja Morocco, and then entered the Rallye du Maroc, where they finished 7th in the SSV class, and then 18th at the Dakar earlier this year. Now here, a duo that looked as though they were going to have a good weekend. Ricardo Porem who were leading the rally early on, but in the end lost about 19 hours. Was that stage 4 that they lost all that time? Yeah, it was stage 4 yesterday. Before that, at the end of stage 3, they were 3rd in the standings, just 12 minutes back. But here's Hernan Garces and Juan Pablo Latrac. Another overdrive racing entry for Toyota. Garces doing well to get to the end. Owns a company that is the largest cherry exporter in the world. Chilean, Garces fruit. As you can see, plastered all over his overalls. They're all taking their moment of fame. Good drive from Garcés. But overall in the cars, it is a victory in the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal for Sébastien Loeb. The Frenchman for the Dacia Sand Riders has now taken the lead of the FIA World Rally Raid Championship for 2026. There's still 3 rounds to go. It began with the Dakar from the 3rd to the 17th of January. This has been round 2 in Portugal. The next race will be coming up in Argentina, the 24th to the 29th of May, the Desafio Ruta 40. We'll see you there, where Loeb will arrive leading the championship ahead of Nasser al-Attiyah in second. Thank you for joining us this weekend at the BP Ultimate Rally Raid of Portugal.